Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news. Today is Monday, June 8th, 2026. So, over the weekend, right as I was about to start scheduling things, a lightning strike happened and near my house, or maybe even possibly on my house, and it managed to fry my router with all of my fancy stuff set up on my router, which was very much a single point of failure. So I barely was able to schedule one series for future release, and I spent most of the weekend fixing that. And I must go on a slight rant here: don't get Amazon basic UPSs. Like, it certainly didn't help anything, and there was just no warranty with those UPSs, other than just like a basic 1-year warranty that the UPS itself is not going to be defective. But how are you going to prove that it's defective one way or the other? And even if you did prove it's defective, you're going to get a refund for just the price of the UPS. It's not going to cover the cost of, well, to replace it. I'm spending $280 for a new router. The old one I had is a little too old, so I can't replace it with the exact same thing. I tried all kinds of things. In particular, I thought it was just the WAN port that had been shorted out, but no, actually it was the WAN port and port 1 through 4. So that leaves what would have been a 9-port switch down to maybe 4 ports. And yeah, who knows how long that will last before that falls apart too. So yeah, did not really need that extra annoyance, that extra expense. And now I have 2 Amazon basic UPSs, one for my router setup and one for my security camera setup, that are basically useless because they don't have any kind of warranty, whereas I know at least APC would warranty the replacement of devices plugged into it, in theory at least. I'm not sure how much I'd really pay, and homeowners insurance wouldn't really cover anything like that anyways, because the premium on your homeowner's insurance will be higher. The deductible will be higher. Not the premium. The deductible will be higher than the cost of replacing a $250 router. But yeah, that really sucks. I cheaped out. I bought those battery backups less than a couple months ago, like in April. And now I have nowhere where I can really trust to use them. Yeah, so right now I'm running everything. I just eventually gave up on trying to get the router to work in some form or fashion. It's pretty impossible to replace the WAN port without taking it apart and like resoldering the whole thing, and it would be worth doing that. But yeah, you can't just like move the WAN port to another port in an Asus Merlin hacked or modded firmware. Like, I probably could go into the source code and try and hack it around, but it still probably wouldn't work, and the actual hardware of how it's set up probably wouldn't have it work very well. So yeah, the whole thing is going to be what was pointless. I went as far as even trying to plug in a Android phone to tether a Wi-Fi signal from my ISP's router to the regular router, just to get all the ad blocking and services running. And yeah, even that really wasn't working. So eventually I gave up and I just changed the ISP's router to mimic temporarily the router with a lot less services, ad blocking being the #1. So that is a long way of saying, yeah, we may see some ads today, although maybe not. Our sources for news are going to be the ones that are questionable. But I said at the end of the last stream that this was going to be the day that the Summer Games Fest and all of those showcases, and all those game announcements, we're going to go through all of those. So today's going to probably be a fairly long day anyways. So we should be scrolling down the 24-hour peak concurrent chart just to see what people are actually playing right now. So yeah, one more frustration. I'm gonna end up spending extra time now moving everything over from the old router to the new router. That's gonna be a hassle. Just one more thing to have to deal with of this ever increasing list of things I'm not getting done, which is just becoming this ever increasing shame spiral too, is that things are just not happening, and it's becoming more and more of a problem, both emotionally to me and just in reality. Yeah. Because, yeah, it takes a lot of work just to even maintain the status quo. And yeah, nobody really wants to help out. You know, with all this AI stuff, AI taking over jobs, if there was just some kind of universal basic income that it required even volunteerism to qualify, that might work fairly well. It'd keep people busy. It'd let people do things out of the goodness of their own heart, or to some extent, and then it would help a lot of people who can't get stuff done. The elderly, the disabled, the general screw-ups that just don't know how to do everything. So I have kind of scrolled past all of the trailers, but it's kind of pointless to say anything. I still very much feel like everybody should just be on the anti-hype train for these trailers. There's none of these games are really coming out anytime soon, and there's no guarantee that any of those games are going to be good. Meanwhile, there's plenty of games out now still to be played. They did have a trailer for a new Stellar Blade, so that's one that caught my attention. Resident Evil Veronica, speculatively, the way the trailer looks, it makes it feel like they're trying to create name confusion over Resident Evil 5 because it says RE and V like a Roman numeral 5. Which, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what you're trying to do. I did a little test and posted a post on a much bigger Discord, and yeah, I got exactly one response, which is exactly the same response I got on a much smaller Discord. Not my Discord though, which has literally and like nobody on it other than me. But yeah, there is a growing concern that the dead internet theory isn't just about AI and bots reposting things and making stuff up whole cloth. It's also about the fact that humans on the internet literally just consume and don't ever post. They don't ever contribute. Even in something like a Discord, maybe it's me to some extent. Maybe my post was a little bit boring about RE5, but yeah, might be that I'm long-winded. Maybe I do just need to karma farm and put short pithy joke sentences. to get engagement. But am I looking for engagement, or am I looking for meaningful conversation? I think I'm looking for meaningful conversation, and that seems to be very rare. Since I moved some of my RSS feeds and podcasts to YouTube, I've been listening to How Did This Get Made more. I used to listen to it. The podcast has been around for 13 years, and it surprises me that nobody, as far as I know, has ever made anything, a spin-off parody podcast called How Did This Get Animated? Because while one of the 3 hosts, and really you should probably call it 2.5 hosts of How Does This Get Made, is slightly getting into anime, yeah, the other 2 probably would never get into it, and they're all old people. So if you're in your 50s or 60s and you're getting into anime, that's going to be a very weird experience for you. But yeah, I bet somebody has done that at like a anime convention or something as a panel. But yeah, there really should be a podcast by that name. Although the premise of How Did This Get Made is kind of pointless and long since been ignored. For really all it is a podcast that is doing the lazy book report synopsis of what was in the movie, what happens in terrible movies, and then they've figured out ways to be kind of silly around it. Although I'm not sure they're really even writing jokes. It's just that they are comedians, so they're thinking a little sillier, and then they've got a very large audience after being around for so long, so they can jump to the audience and interview and ask questions from the audience. So they have figured out a decent experience. But yeah, if you're going to really ask how did any anime get made, the answer is almost always going to be, well, they thought it was going to sell. And very rarely is the story interesting, or is that even the right story to make. And I guess if you made a How Did This Get Animated, you're going to not be covering as many terrible garbage animes, because that would be really rough. And I guess it's because of TV series too. I may be overlooking the very basic thing, is How Did This Get Made always limits itself down to like 2-hour movies, whereas if you were to just talk about anime movies, that there aren't enough of them, you would have to talk about the TV series. But it's a good title. It's definitely a good title to rip off, and maybe you get a cease and desist. But I would suspect that even then you could continue to do it. Getting back to video games, which is what we're supposed to be talking about here. I've been playing a little bit of the Room 4. Room 4 seems to be a little bit spookier earlier in the gameplay. Room 4 Old Sins. And maybe a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be, but it's not going to be super long. Even fairly spreading out playing the Room games, it is pretty repetitive gameplay. If it was up to like Room 8 to Room 9, I think you would be only getting sales for the hardest of hardcore fandom. Yeah, and there was all these other announcements, and like none of them even stay in my mind over the weekend. Part of that, of course, is frustration of dealing with a lightning struck router, which the lightning also miscycled my water heater, as far as I can tell. At least I'm crossing my finger and hoping that that's the only problem with the water heater. And so it set off an alarm, which, yeah, the Rheem water heaters set off alarms and then they kind of shut themselves down and stop working, and you can kind of ignore that and not realize that you're not getting any hot water for a fairly long time, unless it's freezing cold outside. And then to reset it, you have to turn the unit off and on, and then you have to flip the switch back and forth from lowest setting temperature, highest setting temperature with this awful little dial. And I had to do it 3 different times to reset and eliminate the error. Also took my new cyclone duster out there. Undoubtedly my dryer is leaking lint somewhere, and there's just way too much lint in my garage. Yeah, but yeah, I dusted all of the lint and stuff away just in case that was going to be a problem. And honestly, I'm getting to the point where I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be easier to replace the water heater, or let the water heater blow up and replace the house completely. Like, yeah, and those are just dark fantasies and that I wouldn't actually act on, but it does point my mind into what do I really care about and what would I really want to save, versus what could I feasibly take to a new level of minimalism and get rid of. Yeah, I don't know if I really have any answers there, but I definitely would entertain just like getting rid of all the Legos, particularly if it gave me a decent amount of money. My Nintendo collection I already want to get rid of. There's tons of stuff I want to get rid of tomorrow if I could, but yeah, I really don't know 100% what I'm doing with my life. It definitely feels like I'm just creating shelves of movies that I'll never watch and books I'll never read, and just leaving a very nice tomb of entertainment. And yeah, servers and computers that will be running for only as long as a few years before somebody's going to have to be smart enough to continue and fix them, and I don't know anybody that's going to be that new protege to continue and fix them. Yeah. I'm still playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. There's really nothing going on there. The newest Pokemon expansion has a slightly interesting effect in that it's those Pokemon that turn into motorcycles, and they can move into the attack position on the first summon and replace whatever was there before, and they can take all of the energy, so you get a Pokemon into play very fast that way. Still, it doesn't really feel like it fixes too much. Overall, I'm still playing Memento Mori. There's really nothing too special going on there, just another standard event. What's funny about Memento Mori is that they'll put out exactly how many accounts they ban every month or so, and it's usually like 29-30 accounts, but for a game like that number may be fairly high, and it doesn't feel really like there's more than a few thousand people on any one server. So maybe 25 servers, they're getting 25 average daily average monthly users, not daily, for sure. Yeah, in a game like that, you could see at some point them just wanting to shut down and starting to ban accounts like crazy. Although I don't know why any company would just like trump up charges to ban accounts instead of just shutting down. Yeah, that would be kind of weird. Yeah, really don't have anything to say about hardware today. We really are going to need to focus. Oh yeah, and before I played Room for Old Sins, I played Ouroboros King, another chess mechanics game that changes chess severely. I like the graphics more in Ouroboros King. I think Pawn Barian might be a little bit easier because this is a full-size chessboard and this is a smaller chessboard. This has more characters and is very much a roguelike, L-I-K-E, in that every run seems to be random and I couldn't get really anywhere with it. I'm just not a fan of chess, and after playing 4 games, quick looking for 2 of them really, I already had more than my fill of chess. So yeah, I bought this Humble Bundle with a lot more chess games, and yeah, I really didn't think that through. So then I moved over to the Room for Old Sins, and we'll get through that just fine eventually. So far, despite not having an ad blocker installed, we've been on pages that are themselves commercial, like Steam in particular. So we haven't seen any ads. But yeah, the internet in general is completely unusable without an ad blocker, in my opinion. And even with an ad blocker, there's a question as far as the usability of the internet. Unless you're just doing shopping, which the Prime Day sale is coming about, I think June 23rd or something, which I really wish, in retrospect, I had felt I could have waited till Prime Day sale to get a dehumidifier. I'm not sure the dehumidifier will be on sale, and a new router. Of course, that's the case of having to basically buy replacements for things that are already working instead of waiting for things to break, which is typically how I do things. It's a smoother transition, it's a nicer transition. Certainly you're not rushing to go from nothing's happening because the router's broken to getting it working, but yes, that also has bit me in the butt with like my new computer, and that while the old computer still seems to work, I'm less motivated to actually build the new computer and set it up. And all the summer announcements really aren't related to anything that's actually available for purchase. 7th Guest Remake is very positive. One of the games in the original 7th Guest, in the original version of the 7th Guest, was programmed so that the game, the computer AI, could take as many turns as it could think of in a certain amount of time, which was fine when the game first came out, but then as the CPUs got faster and faster, that meant it could outthink you and think more moves ahead of you the whole time. And so the only way to really win the game in the original form of the 7th Guest is to have a guide or waste a ton of time. And come to think of it, when I did play even the remake of the game, it took me a the remaster, not the remake, of Seventh Guest. It did take me a way too long to solve that puzzle. Way more than any of the other puzzles. Steam Decks, probably still in stock if you want to buy them new. Not in stock if you want any refurbs at the highest price. At some point I'll stop mentioning the high price once it stops feeling like a high price. Computex happened, and with that I imagine there was a couple of handhelds that were announced. It will probably be a year before any of those actually come out and are available for purchase. And yeah, they have said that the Steam Frame and Steam Machine are coming in the summer, so in a couple of months we'll get the price on the Steam Machine and the Steam Frame. Both the Steam Machine and the Steam Frame will probably come out too late for any kind of let's buy this kid a summer computer to get into computers type thought. You're going to be more likely buying a Steam Machine for either an adult gamer, or you're buying it for an early Christmas present, which I definitely wouldn't recommend putting it away until December if you buy it in the summer. But yeah, just as kids go back to school and people might go back, teachers might go back to work, the Steam Machine will be available. Which probably isn't going to be good timing. I do get the feeling like I would like to play Mina the Hollower, but I saw, I believe it was Game Grumps, talk about it and say that it was stupid hard, and so with that one description, I have lost all interest in playing Mina the Hollower. It's interesting, Binding of Isaac Rebirth is all the way up into the top 6 spot. I don't think there's been anything new out for Binding of Isaac Rebirth. Yeah. It is shocking how much I've been able to manipulate my electricity usage by just changing the thermostat by 1 temperature degree. I'm trying to use the ceiling fan more. But yeah, the ceiling fan doesn't really work particularly well at night, so if I'm waking up and I feel like I'm sticky and covered in sweat, then that just creates a whole nother issue. So yeah, I'm trying to find a nice balance to, at least when I'm sleeping in the early mornings, last middle of the night, that is actually cooler in the house, but otherwise I am trying to reduce it. And I've just turned off the dehumidifier that I just got, because I'm, for this month now, just trying to save electricity. Although a big part of the swings too are definitely the weather too. If it rains, the amount of air conditioning goes down, which it all really goes to show that a consistent heat pump that is just always going works a lot better if you're trying to get a consistent electricity bill throughout the year, instead of it spiking in the summers when you're cooling, and then the heating bill spiking in the winters when you're warming. But yeah, I have a weird electricity bill that gives me a $100 rebate if I use over 1,000 kilowatt hours in a month. So your goal, while still using electricity, is to then gamify the whole experience and monitor it like crazy, so that you're doing roughly 33 kilowatts, slightly over 33 kilowatts on average every single day, which is fairly doable as long as you're running your air conditioner fairly consistently. But it does also mean you're shifting how you live your life and thinking about it way too much. The UK, I saw, is taking their sweet time to approve balcony plug-in solar, and people are doing it anyways before any kind of approval and laws happen, because they've been doing it in Germany for a while. So people are just driving to Germany, I imagine, getting the equipment and DIYing their own installs. I do think in the United States we are going to start seeing more and more plug-in solar options where you can do it yourself and take on some major risks doing it yourself, that a panel isn't going to fly off during a storm and smash into something, or that you're not going to burn down your house. But yeah, I do think plug-in do-it-yourself solar is going to become really popular, because it's going to take the conversation down from being, here's a $30,000 investment that you're going to add to your mortgage effectively, plus you're going to be forced into using some ridiculously overpriced electricity company, versus here's just maybe $5,000 to $10,000 worth of solar you can add to your house that will supplement your electricity price. Probably not completely eliminate it, but supplement it. But yeah, I guess right now I'm in a situation where that probably wouldn't even help me much, particularly if you're not adding a battery to the setup, because it would have to supplement 50% or more of my electricity usage to avoid the rebate aspect, or I'd have to go to some kind of like nights and weekends plan, which really wouldn't work for me. But yeah, so it is something I'd like to experiment with, but really I just want to experiment with it, so it's not something that should be a high priority project. Anyways, I'm rambling here. We need to go through all the news, so we'll start with Video Games Chronicle. We're likely going to see a trailer and an article for most of the games that were announced, and this will be our first pages that likely are going to have some ads on them, so apologies for that. So first, Video Games Chronicle article: Goodbye Pizza Hut, hello Five Guys. Here are some of the new real life shops that we've spotted in Crazy Taxi World Tour. So yeah, Crazy Taxi World Tour was announced, and you have a nice visual comparison as far as here's what a game would have looked like and been considered perfectly acceptable, if not visually amazing, in the old days, with very much not anti-aliased 3D models of simple boxy things with shops. I don't think you actually go into any of the stores in Crazy Taxi. I don't think you ever get out of the car. Yeah, you don't ever get out of the car in Crazy Taxi. So you're just picking up random 3D models and dropping them in circles around certain places. Actually, I imagine Crazy Taxi, once you get past the car AI and the driving mechanics, is a super easy game. It's a little wild that they seemingly only had one setting of San Francisco and didn't come out with like a Crazy Taxi that would have been in other locations, cities and such. Like, you could have had a Crazy Taxi series where you're going through like Middle Earth and or Skyrim and places like that. Like, there could have been a long tradition of really popular games where you just use the 3D models to pick up random people and drop them off. They just didn't milk that franchise that much, although they'll probably try and do that now. That being said, these are probably product placements in the game, although I don't imagine very horrible product placements. because they feel fairly natural if they are just in spots. But yeah, I've never spent more than a couple of minutes playing Crazy Taxi as a game. It's just a driving game is the problem, and driving games in general, if you're not in an arcade driving an actual steering wheel, are fairly boring. And so I wouldn't be surprised if this comes out and a lot of people talk about it, but actually very few people spend a ton of money, a ton of time playing it. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people don't ever buy it because they just can't see themselves playing a game like that. It definitely is something that would have to be fairly discounted or integrated into some bigger game. Yeah. And yeah, if I was going to remake Crazy Taxi, I definitely would think, alright, so the driving minigame mechanic is like one aspect of GTA. So we keep that, but we're going to have to add some other stuff, obviously. And I don't know what that other stuff is before you're just completely trying to remake GTA and compete with GTA. Which, weirdly, this game is going to be competing with GTA. What you would expect is that there would be like permanent unlocks and upgrades. I would probably make it something like a Metroidvania, where you have a open world section, and as you get further you open up new areas, and as you find secrets you open up shortcuts. And so it is something closer to Mario Kart World, but that's a pretty bad comparison to make too, but yeah, I'd also throw in races like Mario Kart World too. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the reception is and what Crazy Taxi remake is. Speaking of ton of monies, we may not see an article on this, but apparently one of the Xbox persons, I think COO, admitted that after they upped the price of Xbox Game Pass by 50%, they lost 1 million subscriptions. So it almost certainly wasn't what they wanted to happen. Although if you up the price of by 50% and you had 10 million subscriptions, you lose one, you're still making, what would that be, 8.5 million subscriptions worth more money. So I guess it comes down to, do you want money or do you want a long-term player base? And I think they nowadays want long-term reoccurring spending and income. Nintendo has confirmed that its next Nintendo Direct will take place tomorrow. Well, that seems to be incredibly short notice, and that's June 9th, 7 a.m. Pacific time. Roughly 50 minutes of Nintendo, I guess, getting in on with the summer announcements stuff. I've been suggested this like Zelda 2 remake project that someone's doing on YouTube, and I gotta say, I just hate the art style that they have for Zelda. Maybe the art style would work for something else. I could see it being one of those like South Park like comedian adult shows, even though it doesn't look anything like South Park. But yeah, it looks closer to something like an old MTV animation style, like Aeon Flux, a little bit. But yeah, I don't think it looks anything good for a Zelda 2 remake. And honestly, if you're going to remake Zelda 2, the real goal, I think, is to make it look like Zelda 1. So you get rid of all the RPG mechanics, you get rid of the side-scrolling dungeons and replace them with top-down dungeons like Zelda 1. You get rid of the open world in its form and make it look much more like Zelda 1's top-down open world. Even if you do all of that, I'm not sure how much of a game really is there, because the side-scrolling aspects of the dungeons in Zelda 2 don't really make a Zelda 1 style top-down dungeon game at all. And then you go into cities in Zelda 2, so you definitely would want to make that more top-down too. So if you were going to remake it, you would probably replace all the dungeons with all new dungeons, and you would refactor all of the villages so that they are top-down, bigger areas of landmass that then you would integrate into the top-down overworld. So you would be changing almost everything in the game, and that's really what would need to happen. And yeah, I don't think there's even that much of a story in Zelda 2 to carry over. So you might as well just make your own fan Zelda 1 game and call it Zelda 2. And generally, I would like to see more of the old school Zelda games, by which I mean Zelda 1. But we'll be lucky if we even get like Link's Awakening style Zelda games, or even Ocarina of Time Zelda games, which we are now basically at a 4th or 5th generation of what Zelda games are that have been embraced in Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom is very much in a weird position, has set us in a weird position where Zelda now means something completely different. But yeah, I'm talking about Zelda here, and I bet there is no Zelda announcement at all in this Nintendo Direct. I wouldn't be surprised if there's mostly third-party and second-party, well, third-party games talked about. They may push some update to Mario Kart or even Metroid Prime. They may talk about Pokemon, but usually Pokemon things are at their own Pokemon announcement events. But yeah, I seriously doubt they're going to announce anything new or interesting. Let's see. Thief: The Dark Project is the next classic game to be remastered by Night Dive Studios. The remaster is coming to all formats this winter. I believe the Thief series of games are very popular, if this is the Thief game series I'm thinking of. Inherently, the Thief games, I think, established a series and a genre of stealth games that grew a very strong fandom. I don't know if it's a particularly large enough fandom, but a strong fandom nonetheless to lead to several other games. But more so, I would say it's probably a case that Thief established a stealth gameplay mechanic that then was taken and used in other games minimally. I have to say, this new company that owns the name Atari is probably doing better than I would have thought, and that they do seem to be more than willing to license games they own the rights to, even though I don't think they should own the rights to those games, to Night Dive, and Night Dive is still doing their best to take these old games and get them running and re-release them. But it certainly sucks that every single person in the credits in this is making money off a game they had no hand in actually creating. And that I would much prefer that Thief just be public domain, and then there could be one or multiple open source attempts and projects of people working together to remaster the game if they really want to. I assume Thief: The Dark Project is the first Thief series, and I assume Thief led to a lot of the stealth thoughts in Metal Gear Solid too. But stealth missions might nowadays be just about as popular as the missions where you have to drag an AI with you and babysit them the whole way and protect them the whole way. Yeah, I'm never super happy with stealth games where you actually have to stick to stealth, and most games don't actually require you to stick to stealth. You just play stealth for as long as you want, and then once you get bored of that, you start guns blazing and shooting at people, usually. Konami's next 2D Castlevania game, Belmont's Curse, is arriving in time for Halloween. It will also be coming to the Switch at a later date. When was the last time there was a 3D Castlevania game? I feel like it was the Castlevania reboot series many years ago. This feels like another one of those, well, it's literally from the same company, isn't it? Evil Empire. They made the Rogue Prince of Persia game. Yeah. So Konami is back in the business of licensing out titles of their games to second-party developers, third-party developers, and that seems exactly what has happened here. Does that mean it's going to be a good game or a bad game? Who knows? But there almost certainly wouldn't have been a new Castlevania game if Konami wasn't desperate for money post-COVID. The animation style here definitely feels reminiscent of that Netflix Castlevania series, which I think was pretty good. And certainly this is competing with the game Bloodstained series, and so that may be part of the reason why this game is being made too, is it's straight up just out of spite and competition and trying to steal some sales numbers away from the original creator of Castlevania that's not working with Konami anymore. I've never really gotten to the point where I started to play the Castlevania games, and that's one in a long list of game series I probably should give a chance to. I don't know how many of those games actually are even playable on Steam. I know it's not a ton compared to how many Castlevania games have been made, but also I don't know if I really need to go back and play Game Boy, 3DS Castlevanias or NES Castlevanias. You have this, I assume, girl with long blonde hair is the new Belmont, which, yeah, I'm not sure if there's been a particularly female protagonist in the Castlevania series up until this point. That may very well also be some of the echoes of the Rogue Prince of Persia, in that they just made a completely different protagonist for that game and called it a Prince of Persia game. Here we have a completely different protagonist and they're calling it a Castlevania game. That being said, while the Castlevania series probably should focus on, I would guess, Trevor Belmont in every game in the series, they never really have. And I know there was a mobile game where they had a brother and sister twins character, so it's not like there haven't been female protagonists in Castlevania before, but I don't know if there's been one where it's exclusively female protagonist. That is something that I would not really assume Konami would do, because Konami, I imagine, doesn't care and probably is a little bit old school Japanese sexist in the way they think, in the same way that Nintendo is old school Japanese sexist as far as Metroid and Samus Aran. Yeah, we'll leave it at that and move on. We don't need to get into big rants when we have a daunting number of trailers. Vivarium is a life sim with an art style that was strongly influenced by Studio Ghibli films. It's coming to Xbox and PC next year. Okay. Well, I can look at this one screenshot and tell you immediately that this is not a Studio Ghibli animation. It feels like an animation inspired by it, but there's some things that are really missing here as far as detail and shading. I don't think I would have ever expected to see shadows uglying, for lack of a better term, a vista view or falling on characters. Plus the color palette here feels really off. And at a certain level, a lot of the Ghibli films were very much just very nicely animated versions of the way other animes would have been drawn in the past too. There's an entire generation of cartoons / animes that even the Ghibli films are being inspired by. Here we can see the Xbox old logo coming back. Yeah. Yeah, the lighting effects and the shadows in this game seem to be dynamic, and that seems to be a real problem. Like, Ghibli films are thinking every frame is a painting, like every single cell. A real person would look at it and they would do their best to make every single cell look good. This definitely doesn't feel like that's the case. And there is just a general lack of line work and details. You're getting big blobs of green in the dress, big blobs of gray in the head. So as for what this game is, it looks like it probably is just a simplistic adventure game, if I was to guess. Yeah. And then a twist at the end there of it all taking place in a bottle world under glass. Definitely feels like there's a time mechanic and feels very much like it's just going to be an adventure Stardew Valley possible game where you end up doing a lot of farming too. Which I'm really hating at this point, how many games have the farming mechanic. Because, yeah, I just don't find it fun ever. Oh, what I do find fun is watching Clarkson's farm on Amazon Prime Video, which they put some new videos out of that and starting to air new episodes. And one of the things they're showing off this new season is him attempting to take AI and automation and put it into his farming, so he's spent probably way too much money and gotten sweet deals to have drones fly around spraying fertilizer and automated tractors that drive themselves. We'll see how well that actually works for him. He also had a heart attack, or nearly had a heart attack, and is old, so trying to run a farm when you're super old is kind of crazy. Yeah. And I do think that the idea of drones flying around spraying fertilizer probably is going to become a thing. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden drones flying around spraying fertilizer is also the way that police start dispersing protests too. Is that you'll just start seeing them go to farms, borrowing the drones and spraying fertilizer on it, or in more totalitarian countries, maybe something worse than fertilizer on people. In Japan, they have these orange balls that if you're shoplifting, they'll throw this orange ball full of paint at you, and the general assumption is if you have any of that paint on you at all and the police catch you, then you're guilty of something, and usually they'll put enough pressure on you to force you to confess, even if you're innocent. I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see protests getting sprayed with some paint like that. Usually it's ultraviolet reactive paint too, so it looks clear on your skin and clothes, but it reacts when under ultraviolet light to be clear and visible. And even before drones start spraying that stuff, they already have security systems that will do that also. So yeah, criminals come in and something like an air freshener looking device sprays a spray on you. You may not even realize you just got tagged. Does that have anything to do with video games? No. But I am kind of rambling. Xbox multiplayer and live service games will still be multi-platform going forward. The Xbox CCO says future platform decisions will be announced case by case. Again, this is a weird thing where Matt Booty really should be locked in a closet somewhere so that the new CEO can make these kinds of announcements. I think people are warming up to the new CEO, and perhaps maybe more than they should. But yeah, so far so good, I suppose, as far as what little she's actually done and announced. It's probably a good thing that she hasn't made broad sweeping changes fast, because if broad sweeping changes are going to be made, they need to look like they were more thought out. Yeah, we're getting Xbox news because this was the Xbox Game Showcase. Here's everything announced during the big show. So we had Gears of War E-Day. It's an Xbox console exclusive, which I still think means it's going to be on Steam. Being released October 6th. Next Fable trailer was shown off for Xbox Showcase. It starred Captain America actor Holly Atwell, which tells me this is just another gimmick trailer that isn't really going to show you much as far as what the actual final product is going to be and who you're actually dealing with. M for sexual meth themes too. Yeah, unless it's a case where the game just has you run into a series of bosses that are celebrities. They seem to be really putting a lot of resources and money into hiring celebrities as characters to distract from the fact that the actual game is not exciting to show. I mean, they're literally here just zooming into a person talking, and I suppose we should turn on the closed captions if that's all we're going to see. But yeah, there's, let's see, we have to jump to about an hour and 10 seconds in before you actually see anything that really isn't just an in-game cutscene. So yeah, we see talking faces, we see talking with people, we see swinging weapons. I wouldn't be surprised if the game is actually really short and you're just encouraged to play it 2 or 3 times over. And what we're really looking for here would be if you can get any kind of pet, like a dog. Yeah, I can't help but wonder if the, you know, I'm not seeing a dog, but there's still something there that they're going to show. Yeah, I can't help but wonder if maybe just the British Avalon stories are too few and too simplistic to make a fully fleshed out fantasy world, where Skyrim makes its own world in the Elder Scrolls series and its own gods and its own backstory. I don't think you can get too crazy with that. I definitely think Fable probably should be spelled F-A-E for fairies, to fae folk, and that you should be seeing a lot of fairies and creatures like that throughout the world, not just as monsters, but just as here is the world as it is. And that you definitely should be just creating a huge amount of, I'm going to just go ahead and skip over Halo. Yeah, you should be doing a huge amount of research. Let's see, can we just set the settings so the captions are always on? Or so, Resonance of Plague Tale Legacy. I don't know if this character is even the same characters from the previous 2 games. I don't think really it is, because the other 2 Plague Tale games was a sister and a boy, and I don't see sister and brother here in this trailer. Also, the whole Plague Tale thing was about a bunch of rats, and I'm not seeing any rats either. So maybe they just resolved everything in the second Plague Tale game. That's yet another series I never got around to playing. I should. But yeah. Maybe this title is a good example of a contrast of having the words in front versus having the words in back. Whereas God of War Lao Fei feels weird because in the front you're promising God of War, and then Lao Fei in the trailer is really giving you something completely different from Kratos and the original God of War games, or even the remake of the God of War games, the reboot of the God of War games. Whereas if you call this game Resonance and then colon a Plague Legacy, you don't even inherently connect it to a Plague's Tale, not a Plague Tale Legacy. Yeah, you just very loosely connect it to say, hey, this is in that same world in some point in the future. It's a sequel. Yeah. I severely question whether there really is a need for a Persona 4 remake to happen. Yeah, I don't know how much is actually going to change in that case. Weirdly, for the Persona series, it probably is less we're putting in all new graphics or making it look better, and it's more we're putting in a more manageable fight mechanic system and removing a bunch of the grind, because I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's happened in some of the other re-releases and remakes of Persona games, is that they've just made it so that you can actually play the game in a more reasonable amount of time, and you can play the game multiple times over in a more reasonable amount of time to get different endings. I think it's still probably pretty easy to forget that Persona is very much a relationship simulator game with dungeon crawling aspects for the grind. And unlike previous Persona games, it seems like they're using cards to summon their weapons instead of shooting themselves in the heads with magic guns. That was too edgelord for modern times. It is kind of funny how even for anime games they've gotten less wild and crazy and more conservative. But yeah, visually, I don't know if there really is any difference there I could recognize versus the Persona 4. It is also very interesting to see Persona 4 as an Xbox thing instead of a PlayStation thing. That is a huge failure on Sony's part, for them not to be the one pushing Persona games. State of Decay 3, I don't even know what State of Decay is. Do we actually want to watch this trailer? Yeah. Looks like it's a zombie game. Yeah, in this trailer, Willie is just showing cutscenes with a little bit of gameplay. So is State of Decay something like Left 4 Dead, where it's multiple people working together? That feels like that's the case. I saw a Reddit post talking about a theoretical Left 4 Dead 3. And yeah, it is kind of crazy that Valve accidentally has really fallen in line with my theory, which really is a theory for modern games in 2026, that you really should just make one game and a sequel and then have a long break before you make a third game soft reboot. But yeah, Valve certainly just painted into a corner because they're not going to make Half-Life 3, and as such, they are not going to make Left 4 Dead 3 or Portal 3 or anything with 3 in the name. So, Sea of Thieves is getting an update called Custom Seas on June 8th. This is slightly concerning that we're talking about Sea of Thieves again. This might mean that the new people in charge of Xbox are as obsessed with Sea of Thieves as the old people at Xbox, which, if I was doing a retrospective, I would heavily investigate how much money and time has been wasted at Microsoft making the Sea of Thieves as a game and playing it, because from what I heard, was just years upon years of people playing Sea of Thieves inside of Microsoft, dogfooding far beyond the point where they needed to. Dogfooding being the process of testing your own product. Metro 2039 gets a gameplay trailer. Bad Magpie has been announced. That looks like an announcement, so let's actually watch that one. Yeah, I clearly have more work I need to do to see if I can get subtitles to come on always and things like that disappear. So you've got a magpie that seems to be doing some chaotic things. It seems like it can't fly. So this feels a lot like that duck game where you're just running around causing chaos with it as a duck. It just might very well be an example of this game is coming out in 2027. That duck game came out probably in 2025, if not earlier. So if this is copying that idea, it just shows how long it takes to make a game. Yeah, it takes so long to make a ripoff of a game that by the time you make the ripoff of the game, most people are going to have forgotten the original game, and you could effectively just be the sequel to the game. Let's see, Wulong 2 announced for early 2027. A cult game called Join Us has been announced for March. Let's do that. Of course, what they mean by cults and how cults are going to be depicted is going to be fairly weird and silly. What's funny here is this purple immediately just evokes the feeling of Saints Row. And everybody has guns on their back, and it does seem like you are building a city. Yeah, this totally feels like this is just Saints Row. Like, after the failure of the reboot of Saints Row, they took what they had and spun it off into something completely different. Is this even... I need to know who works on this to know if it's even the same company. But yeah. And maybe there almost certainly is a better phrase to use than to say this looks like Saints Row. It looks kind of generic as far as if you had a bunch of guns, if you had a bunch of random visuals for characters, if you wanted to be wild and crazy and have nothing make sense, then you would make a game like this. So yeah, that one seems like I'm gonna have to research that one further. Suffice it to say, I didn't see all the trailers. I just scrolled past my Game Awards YouTube feed. We have a new Hellblade game, Sunya. It's just called Sunya, not Sasunyas. Something has been announced for 2027. I didn't play the second Hellblade game. I don't think it got reviewed particularly any better than the first, and I didn't like the first game that I did play. Felt very much like it was mostly a walking simulator experience. Here, it does seem like they might be trying to have more climbing and gameplay. Like, looks like we're actually fighting people a lot more and stealthing people a lot more. But it does perhaps speak to the slowness of the development of this game series, that you would have one game that felt barely like a game, second game that maybe was a little bit better, and now you have a third game that might be a little bit better than that. But yeah, it would explain changing the whole name and removing the Hellblade title too from it. I wouldn't be surprised if this name change happened incredibly quickly after the God of War Lao Fei thing. Had they shown the trailer and had they just called it Lao Fei, then it probably would have been received slightly better by me, at least. But yeah, I really can't have any faith in this game, even though it looks like it is going to be more of a game with actual more interaction and gameplay. I can't really have any faith in this series unless they tell me that this series is being made by a completely different team than who made the two previous games, because the two previous games were made by a team that clearly was only interested in visuals and pushing the visuals, and noticeably that trailer is not visually any more attractive than any of the other trailers these days. We've really just plateaued as far as the quality of visuals. And we've got a new Doom Eternal Revelations has been announced, an expansion coming in July 7th, not a full sequel game. Yeah, I definitely felt like the Hellblade team that made the first two Hellblade games had really good skill in making cutscenes, although their weird Dutch angles in the first game are not really welcome. Dutch angles being non-45 degree or 90 degree angles of the camera, just tilting the camera. But that team really should have just been in charge of making all the cutscenes for all Microsoft games. Like, that's one thing where it feels like it would make a lot of sense to just say, hey, the one group of people who are programming it should be different from the people who are making the animation and the cutscenes, and that they should just be the specialist, particularly after the first Hellblade game, and they just really proved that they could make the visuals look really good, and obviously weren't interested in actually making the gameplay mechanics. I would argue, and this is probably mostly opinion, that had Microsoft ever had good leadership, or had Xbox ever had good leadership, they would have recognized that that team was really good at cutscenes and given them cutscenes to work on, and only cutscenes. And they would be making the cutscenes for Fable. And they would be making the cutscenes for all the games that Microsoft is making. Double Fine, almost certainly not the best at hyper-realistic cutscenes. So if Double Fine was working on just a gameplay experience and then were handed cutscenes to use later, I think that would work pretty well, as long as they work well with each other. Alright, so they're even calling it Crazy Taxi World Tour. So this literally is just Sega going old school and saying we're going to go back and compete with the Nintendo World, Mario Kart World Tour. Inherently, it's worth pointing out that I don't believe you can get car companies to license you the 3D models of their cars or let you use any depiction of their cars without them claiming copyright, which is crazy for the shape of a car to be potentially copyrighted. If you are encouraging near misses and encouraging damage and collisions, and the notice how they don't get out of the car to talk to each other. I feel like that was a challenge to a race that happened there. I thought for a second she was going to be your competitor as an Uber driver, which, yeah, if you're going to modernize Crazy Taxi, you should just, this guy should just be an Uber driver and not actually a taxi that just happens to have a fancy convertible taxi car. But unfortunately, that really didn't show anything new. Like, it didn't show any races, it didn't show any secrets, it didn't show a ton of jumps, it didn't even show near misses. And I wonder if the realities of the situation is going to be that you're going to be severely discouraged from doing near misses and getting the bonus money for doing that, and you're just going to be encouraged to race from point A to point B. Yeah. Which that would make for a fairly boring game. Yeah. They're calling it World Tour, so at the very least, you would expect with a name like that you're going to many different locations. And yeah, being a taxi driver in like Kyoto versus Tokyo versus like London versus Germany versus Africa or South America or Antarctica or Australia. Yeah, those should all be very different locations, but then you might need to be in places with a lot of people. Like, I could see doing an Australia bonus game where you're just picking up kangaroos and taking them from one point to another, or Antarctica you're picking up penguins. But if you wanted to do a legitimate map in Australia, you're probably going to have to do it on the East Coast in Sydney to have enough people. And yeah, doing Kyoto, there may not be enough people, so only Tokyo would make sense. And then it'd be crazy to try to do it in China, because a realistic Chinese road would be so overrun with cars that you really couldn't drive around and go anywhere. Yeah, and driving in the desert in Africa, again, would have to be a bonus game. There's just not going to be enough people around. it would be really disappointing if the World Tour actually didn't take you to too many places. Apparently they announced the 25th anniversary Xbox controller that is reminiscent of the original Xbox controller. Somewhat, it has more buttons than the original controllers would, and it definitely is not in the shape of the Duke as they referred to it, but it does have the colorful buttons and green general. Yeah, it is being paired with a skinned Xbox Series X, which might give you some hint as far as at least they are still selling Xbox Series X's with disk drives. Minecraft Dungeons 2, Minecraft Dungeons 1, probably not, well, we know wasn't a success, so I'm not really interested in Minecraft Dungeons 2. Here we have something called Magicians the Devil's Deal, and that immediately makes my mind wonder if they are talking about the sci-fi series Magicians, based off of, I think, a book series called The Magicians. It'd be really weird if there was a video game based off the sci-fi series Magicians, since it's so old. But we've seen weirder. It does feel like something like that could happen. Obviously that's not what this is, though. I think they announced, we'll see if that's true or not in this in the end of this, by the end of the stream, I would hope. I think they announced a release date for the Wolf Among Us 2, which has probably been over a decade. People have been wanting and waiting for the Wolf Among Us 2. Which I was kind of getting a vibe of that based off the thumbnail of this. But all we're seeing now, it seems, yeah, this kind of has that Wolf Among Us type vibe. As far as the art style, but I feel like now we have moved into something like a BioShock type game with a whole bunch of magical abilities being more of a focus than a gun. Yeah, it seems like you're throwing cards and doing other things. Well, that's intriguing, certainly, to make a BioShock game and literally set it in a hell. It is interesting how we're going to have this kind of contrast of Hellraiser, someone running around hell doing magical things, and this Magician's the Devil's Deal with someone running around hell. I don't think Hellraiser is really going to be very BioShocky, although a little bit. And I don't think anything is going to be particularly BioShocky. And speaking of BioShock, we will want to keep an eye out to see if there's any announcement at all for Judas this season. Let's look at this Valor Mortis. It's coming in September. Seeing these soldiers on fire. Inherently, I don't know if any of these trailers mean anything at all. Like, because you often can just get trailers where very little is shown, or even if there is a lot shown, it just kind of doesn't matter because it's all in-game cutscenes or pre-rendered cutscenes, and doesn't likely actually connect to and what the real overall experience is going to be. Here it seems like you're fighting maybe French soldiers that have been turned into zombies, and it seems like it's swords on one hand and magic on the other, which, yeah, at some level that feels a little Bioshocky too. And arguably there is a question here as far as do we really need to think of a better way of describing shock-like games, System Shock inspired games where you're doing one thing with one hand and another thing with the other. And I guess the assumption is that you're playing as a Napoleon character in that trailer, or you're seeing a Napoleon character. Elder Scrolls Online is getting a Thieves Guild expansion. I would have sworn there was already a Thieves Guild content in Elder Scrolls Online, but maybe there's an expansion there. I want to watch this, not particularly because I care about Elder Scrolls Online, but I do think it might be interesting to just show the visual differences of what this looks like versus Skyrim. This feels a little bit more cartoony. Now, inherently in an online game, if you can just pickpocket and rob other players, that's going to be very frustrating. So I wouldn't be surprised if it stops you from actually doing that. Yeah. And it definitely feels like there's just been a major shift in what Elder Scrolls Online is versus what people are expecting from the next Skyrim, the sequel to Skyrim, which won't be called Skyrim, but I mean, frankly, at this point, they might as well just call it Skyrim too. But yeah, this does just seem more cartoony and silly than I would expect. And visually, it does just look way, way different from what I bet the next Elder Scrolls game is. At some level, yeah, it really does just feel completely disconnected from the Elder Scrolls games. Yeah, at some level, they should have been creating Elder Scrolls Online content to then take the best of that, turn it into a single player experience, and just release that as the next Elder Scrolls game. That would piss off people who are playing Elder Scrolls Online, but it would at least have a finished product that you could put out there, compared to the next Elder Scrolls game still really not having anything to even show. Let's see, Flight Simulator gets a United States themed update. It's probably for the 250th anniversary, which technically ends in a 0, but I don't know if it's that surprising. Yeah. I seriously doubt any country is going to stay as long as Egypt once stood. I believe Egypt stood as a continuing monarchy for over 4,000 years. I doubt countries are really going to stay around, although the names of countries might stay around. There's going to be either mini revolutions in the form of electing new leaders and changing laws and changing the constitutions over time, or there's going to be major revolutions in the form of we're going to take over this country and start over from scratch. before people hit 4,000 years. Yeah. Where Winds Meet gets a new expansion. I believe that's a Chinese game. I'm gonna really have to learn that phrase as far as Wushu games and Musha games. I think it's the other phrase. It's the other phrase that I'm gonna have to really learn the differences between them, because it is gonna become new words to my vocabulary, certainly as far as describing the more Chinese games. Alright, Persona 6 announced. Which tells me, weirdly, two things. One, there's a Persona 5 that I can't think of off the top of my head. And two, they're somewhat speeding up the process as far as releasing Persona games and pushing them out. And also probably highlights that the other Shin Megami Tensei games are going to happen very rarely. There might be a new Shin Megami Tensei game announced in the next 5 years, but it probably will be only one of those games. In the West, and probably in the East at this point, Persona as a series is way more interesting than Shin Megami Tensei, and the Persona series is just like one of the endings of one of the original Shin Megami Tensei games, as like this is an alternate universe ending. That shows us nothing other than it does seem to have a spookiness to it and a weird green visual to it, which might be unique for just Xbox. I wouldn't be surprised if all this greenness and all of that changes by the time the game actually comes out. Spyro: A Realm Beyond was announced with gameplay trailer. It is a new Spyro game. Let's watch that. Yeah, today is going to be a really long one, unfortunately, and I knew that was going to be the case. But yeah. Now, Spyro the Dragon games are 3D platformers where you do a little bit of flying and you collect a bunch of gems in kind of open world areas. I think that type of game works fairly well. Spyro games do feel like they are part Sonic too, and that the gems tend to be in lines, with only a few of them being hidden. Now this is a very different looking Spyro, but I'm willing to accept that Spyro has just grown up and gotten bigger and is in his awkward teenage years now with a afro. No, that's not an afro. Forget the word for that. Mohawk. Yeah, with a mohawk head. And then, yeah, really little gameplay being shown there. Just less than a minute with about 10 seconds of gameplay. Yeah, you can see you are flying quite a bit. You're shooting fireballs, flying her further around. It looks like it is going to be a much more vertical 3D environment, which that tends to be a difficult way to make a game good. So I hope they can figure it out, because I would like Spyro to succeed. And it is, I guess, not really a platformer at this point because you're flying around so much, but yeah, it's close to a platformer. Clockwork Revolution is an Xbox console exclusive and is due out in 2027. I think we can skip that one. Call of Duty Modern Warfare gets another trailer. Warfare 4, which, if you're a huge fan of Call of Duty Modern Warfare, check that out. So yeah, I believe we're on our third Video Games Chronicle article now at this point. Xbox says Gears of War and Clockwork Revolution console exclusives, quote, are not timed. Previously announced multiple platform releases will proceed as planned, Xbox says. They say Xbox says, but clearly some person actually said that. Yeah. So basically what they're saying here is that we are not going to announce that Gears of War or Clockwork Revolution are ever coming to PlayStation or Switch 2. Now, in modern days, it would be fairly shocking if they actually were permanently console exclusives, but not that's shocking. It definitely feels like some kind of communications broke down between Xbox. Maybe the new CEO of Sony clashed heads with the new CEO of Xbox. And now they are just tit for tat saying, hey, we're both going to do console exclusives and also maybe put it on PC. Although Sony's saying they're not even going to put it on PC. And honestly, I could see where Xbox would see that they need to do this just to gain market share or try to gain market share. And it might be Sony that's overreacting. I don't know if Sony really thought they were going to get that many sales of Clockwork Revolution or Gears of War. Either way, these exclusives are just going to push more people to PC gaming, and the only thing pushing people away from PC gaming right now is Windows and Windows 11 and the high price of hardware. Let's see. Halo Combat Evolved, Gears of War E-Day, and Fable are getting collector's editions with statues. Really doesn't feel like now is the time to go back to the ridiculous collector's editions. I could certainly see why you might want this if you were a huge Halo fan. I don't know how many people are still a huge Halo fan though. I don't know if anybody was that big of a fan of Gears of War that they would want the collector's edition of that. And while I imagine there are a lot of people who are big fans of Fable, I'm not sure there's enough people that are going to be fans of the bad guy from this new Fable. Or bad girl, I think, from this new Fable. Yeah. I kind of thought and had hoped that these kinds of collector's editions had gone away. Just as being things that don't need to be made. And that's a weirdness of capitalism, certainly, that everybody should look at and recognize, is that in what probably has been a really tough global slowdown, if not full-on recession, you aren't seeing companies stop making ridiculous things. Yeah, if anything, a lot of people aren't stopping buying ridiculous things either. But yeah, when more expensive things like cars and vacations and trips become unaffordable, you see people start to spend more money on smaller things like $200 collector's editions for video games. But yeah, the people who are making absolute garbage products are still making absolute garbage products as far as quality, and the people who are making ridiculous products because they already made the 3D mold for it are still doing that. It pretty much isn't in the case until you get into a country that is fully at war and rationing do you start to see factories getting converted to making bullets instead of buttons. Yeah, and even at that, those factories usually stop making bullets once the war is over. So So yeah. Pointless collectibles is all I can really think. Clockwork Revolution is confirmed to be an Xbox console exclusive, but still has no release date. Oh yeah. And it took me 3 times to see Clockwork Revolution to recognize what game this is. This is yet another BioShock-inspired game. This time, you're fighting giant mechanical men. Not too different from the characters in BioShock Infinite. Handyman, I believe, is what they're called. But yeah, I don't think it is going to just be a complete rip-off of BioShock Infinite. And certainly it shows a weirdness in just how long it takes for people to rip off something like BioShock Infinite. Although it may very well have been the case that most people waited a few years before they even started to think about ripping off BioShock. I don't know why they would have waited. Weirdly, this is yet another game where the graphics just don't seem to be even attempting for hyper-realistic. And yeah, I feel like what may have happened here is that a lot of people have been trying to adapt to the latest version of either Unity or Unreal and struggling with that, particularly if they've been trying to embrace ray tracing and all of those kinds of new features. But at some point it might also be the case that there's just going to be this widening divide between games that have artists creating 3D models from nearly scratch and artists who are just scanning faces and doing nothing or doing very little after scanning the face. And I do think that that probably is happening quite a bit, is that you're having a lot of companies trying to learn how to scan the face of real human face actors and finding that that actually does not work particularly well and does not turn into something that actually looks unique or even good. Yeah, this definitely feels very much like BioShock Infinite if BioShock Infinite was less about floating in the sky and more about fighting and shooting people. And certainly it's a different kind of world. I would place my bet that all of these Shock-like games that feel inspired by any of the Shock games, System Shock, BioShock, or BioShock Infinite, I bet none of them really try to tell that crazy of a story or read Ayn Rand and decide to make something like Rapture. Yeah. I imagine it's just going to be a more simplistic story narrative. First brand new Spyro Dragon in 18 years is being developed by Toys for Bob. Now, I feel like Toys for Bob hasn't done anything in a long time. It was a part of Activision, and it I guess maybe got spun off or bought its own freedom from Microsoft during the acquisition. And it made the Skylander series, Toys to Life game series. And then, let's see, Spyro Reignited Trilogy probably helped fund, as a remakes of the first 3 games, a 4th game. And they probably just needed to remake the first 3 games to remind people that Spyro even existed. Spyro is probably a 3rd tier mascot game series. So yeah, there's a little bit of a concern that maybe Toys for Bob might struggle to make this game fun and good, but that's the kind of concern you should have for any game. Persona 6 announced, but there's no confirmed release date. We'll leave it at that. Limited edition 25th anniversary green Xbox Series X. Minecraft Dungeons 2 is coming in September. We don't need to watch the trailer for that. 3rd game in the Hellblade series, simply titled Sunia, which I feel like if this is not a spin-off game, then they probably are just trying to simplify the name of the character. And maybe it is very much in the title. Maybe you can make a 3rd game in a series and just change the title so it doesn't feel like the 3rd game in the series. And that works better. Honestly, putting a number after a game is probably becoming a mistake for most game series anyways. Because you really shouldn't just be planning on making a 5th, 6th, 7th game in a series when you are developing things. State of Decay 3 trailer confirms a 2027 release date. Persona 4's remake, Persona 4 Revival, gets a new trailer and a release date early next year. Halo Campaign Evolved gets a new trailer and confirmed for a July release date. Remake of the original Halo is coming next month. I still don't really feel like I would spend the time to ever play Halo as a single player experience. Yeah. The whole story around Halo I think is probably a little too crazy and simplistic, and the gameplay mechanic is fine but not my bag. After being delayed to 2027, Fable finally has an actual release date. Okay. Gears of War E-Day is coming in October, and PS5 won't be getting it. Getting kind of the same headlines now. Obviously, they were watching the trailers and writing up these headlines as they were going, and then they recapped all of these into one page that we already saw. We look at the pages reverse chronological order, the newest first and the oldest last. So like where to watch the presentation here is pointless at this point. Let's see. Bloober Team is working on a psychological thriller Star Trek game. Star Trek Shadow Frontier is in development at the Silent Hill 2 remake studio, which definitely makes it feel like they aren't getting Silent Hill 3. Okay. Looking at this, these little nose ridges make me feel like this might be a Bajoran, but this earring here might be more of an earring, less of an earring, and more of a Borg implant. That being said, psychological thrillers around Star Trek I don't think are where video games should go, because you're putting the player in control. There are obviously some Star Trek episodes of the old, better Star Trek where psychological thrillers might very well be the way to describe those individual episodes. but I don't know if new Star Trek is doing anything good, let alone a psychological thriller. This immediately feels like a Dead Space ripoff of some sense. We've got a character running around the ship that feels like it's got some kind of monster in it, and now we have a gravity thing, lack of gravity. Yeah, it feels a lot like an Aliens game more than a Star Trek game. We didn't see anything that really showed the Borg, but I wouldn't be surprised. Also announced Saw Genesis, a 3 versus 1 multiplayer game coming in early access later this year. Yeah, which that Saw trailer did catch my attention. Gears of War E-Day may no longer be coming to PS5, it's claimed. That's been confirmed. A 16-game retro compilation of Barbie games is coming from Atari and Digital Eclipse. I don't think any of those characters are actually Barbie. So this is a collection of retro Barbie games, which probably are all awful. I don't know if Barbie games even now are actually good, but yeah, I would assume that the Barbie games of the past were very, very poorly designed. Yeah, a lot of horse racing games. Yeah, I don't think action figures are particularly that popular at all nowadays, and weirdly minifigs and Lego versions of things are probably more popular than and more accurate depiction in the form of an action figure or a model. But yeah, I definitely feel like you give a Barbie to a kid because you don't want them doing something screen time wise and looking at a computer screen. They probably don't develop enough of a love for Barbies. And honestly, I think there's probably several other types of dolls out there that are equally as popular as Barbies are amongst young girls. And you know, little boys now really not even given a lot of G.I. Joe or other action figure options. So yeah, I feel like dolls in general, even Barbies, are very minimally positive, minimally interesting to the newer generation, and video game versions based on Barbies don't make a lot of sense. Yeah, we still have a ton to go through. It looks like both Citizen Sleeper games are coming to the Switch 2 later this month. Story Rich Showcase, here's all 26 games shown during its presentation. So this might be slightly faster. There's a game called Apple Crumble from the creator of Duck Detective. There's a game called Mermaid Mask, both of which of these look like they could be adventure games. There's a game called Penguin Colony. There's a old school Sierra looking game called the Tellurium. I don't even know how you would pronounce that. Then there's an even longer list here that they don't even have pictures for, none of which of these games feel like they're major AAA, quadruple A games, so they will show up when they show up, and we'll look at them when we have more time to look at them, when they're much closer to their release time. Moomin Midsummer Madness is a point-and-click adventure coming to the Switch 1, Switch 2, and PC. Still not sure if this Moomin series has legs or not, but yeah, it seems like it's slightly popular enough to keep getting games. So here's the Wholesome Direct. Here's all 53 games featured in today's cozy showcase. So even the phrase wholesome now is just being replaced with this phrase cozy. Just everything is going to be described as cozy. You're going to literally have bags of chips described as cozy in grocery stores at this rate. Fields of Mysteria. Yeah, I assume there isn't going to be too much to be said here. Milk delivery game, or milky delivery, might be slightly interesting. A lot of these can be very interesting when we actually get into the weeds with them, but just getting their titles and a screenshot isn't going to go into depth. And certainly this goes to show where Video Games Chronicle is very less interested in these games than the Xbox Direct games, which were the big AAA quadruple games. By the way, it's worth pointing out that the CEO of Reddit gave away Xboxes to a bunch of people in the crowd at the presentation, but the bunch of people in the crowd at the presentation were probably mostly mainstream video game journalists. So you're giving a bunch of Xboxes away to people who probably already have Xboxes and are just going to sell or eBay those Xboxes. You're not picking people who are really deserving like Oprah does when she did her giveaway days. I'm not sure Oprah still has a TV show where she does that. But yeah, and certainly you aren't giving away Xboxes to random people. I don't even know how you would find a good audience to give Xboxes away to people. The best thing, and it's kind of surprising that they don't have a crazy system like this, would be to have Xboxes trade for PlayStations, where you could mail in a working PS5 and get an Xbox Series S or Series X. Yeah, it's funny how GameStop is just the man in the middle there to do something like that. But yeah, if I was Microsoft, I would be partnering with GameStop, and I would say for every Xbox a PlayStation 5 turned in, give them a $25 coupon for an Xbox Series X, and try and shift more people to going to Xbox. Moving on, IO Interactive reveals its first content roadmap for 007 First Light. I think that game is out now. I haven't really heard anybody review it yet, so it won't, I imagine, be out. It hasn't been out that long. Or all I've seen people do is like DF Retro talking about the graphics in the game, which doesn't really tell you anything about the way the game actually plays. A remaster of the 2002 Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee is reportedly coming this year, with an update here saying Atari has confirmed it. Yeah, Atari definitely is learning to make money on the things they've acquired and licensing out games they've acquired. Virtua Fighter Crossroads writers include David Hayter of Solid Snake fame and Persona staff. That seems weird that you would be pushing and promoting a narrative in a virtual fighter game. Does this game? It says 25 minutes. Let's just look at a little bit of this. So maybe it's a case where Virtua Fighter is going to be more of a narrative thing and less of a just fighting game tournament thing. It's kind of hard to tell here. Like, these could all be rings. They look like rings, so looks like it is just a regular tournament fighter to me, so I don't understand the idea of adding a story. But on the other hand, there are quite a few boring fighting games out there that don't have stories, so maybe there is a whole idea here to make it feel like a deeper narrative. They're also doing something fairly interesting here in this trailer, in that the transitions from the animated to the live action footage of the creators are done in such a way that it's not blatantly obvious that you're not just seeing that you're seeing a live action person. And I imagine they're hiding cutscenes where it would just jump cut. Yeah, it definitely seems like there is a narrative in the game. And it seems like you might only be playing as one character. So almost it starts to feel like a Dragon game, where you might be wandering around, you might be doing mini games, and then you'll do the fighting. Yeah, there's a whole chapter here called Adventure. Okay, well, that seems weird, but maybe weird in the right direction. Maybe this is the future in which fighting games might expand beyond their niche audience and then have a chance of growing in sales numbers and staying around, whereas a lot of game series are going to fall into being only for their niche audience, and then they're going to make such a little amount of money that Japanese companies in particular are not going to want to fund the development of more of them. 007 First Light sells 2.7 million copies in a week. Okay, sounds like a big number. Again, haven't seen anybody actually review the game yet, so it must be fairly long. The Martha is Dead studio reveals gameplay for their next title, When Sirens Fall Silent. The game is a psychological thriller set in Italy in the early 90s. I believe Martha is Dead is the one where there's a whole sequence where you take the corpse of Martha and cut out like a fetus from her corpse, which weirdly not as controversial as it probably you might have thought, like, because I don't think that many people actually played Martha's Dead, and weirdly the controversy around that sequence is that the corpse, and I'm pretty sure this was like some kind of hallucination dream sequence that it happened in, but it really doesn't matter if it was real or a dream. In a virtual video game, it's all fake. But the biggest controversy around that sequence is that you expose the breast of the corpse at the same time, so that it seemed like more people were upset with virtual boobs being shown than a illegal desecration of a corpse happening. Martha is Dead is another game I'd like to play, but then I also wonder if there isn't going to be some kind of level of censorship that happens. This feels like this might be more of a game actually going on, and weirdly it seems like it might be some kind of mystery game where you're finding items and you're combining them with other items to find clues. We're seeing this house looks like you broke into it, and we were seeing condoms earlier. So yeah, I don't know what this game really is. I was expecting from the trailer that there would be something weirder going on as far as the visuals, and it would just have a monster chasing us, and this just seems like people that you're interacting with and combining things. And then maybe some basic puzzle solving. It is weird how that might be fairly unique to have a adventure game where you're actually trying to solve a mystery, and in trying to solve that mystery you're also running into a darker narrative. Because yeah, that weirdly doesn't happen as much as you would think in video games. Yeah, that thumbnail very different from what that trailer showed though. Moving on, Hitman Classic Trilogy Remastered is coming in 2027 from Saber Interactive. I would assume this is a remaster on this side versus this being the original. Honestly, they both look fine. This really doesn't look amazing. It looks like it's got some new lighting effects applied to it. And frankly, I can't be certain that they didn't just have AI regenerate the textures for like this bed and the sheets and the flooring pattern. Of course, it might very well be that they just have had the masters or source images to work from. That is odd that the beds would be the comparison there. Instead of, so I'm not sure I'm not just like turning the subtitles on and off every other video. I think I might be doing that without really paying attention, so apologies if I've been doing that. Subtitles tend not to really help that much anyways, because I tend not to read them. I do wonder how much of Hitman can still exist in the next 10 years. You can, that was a terrible teaser. You can kind of assume that they could continue to make missions and levels, but I imagine it will just get fairly boring. Alright, well, it's been 2 hours, past 2 hour point, and I need to take a break, so I'll be back in a few minutes and then we'll get back to the news. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. But yeah, for a day like this, probably going to take another break before we get done with everything. Certainly after taking a break, I always want to move a little bit faster. So we're still going through the Video Games Chronicle articles. Monster Hunter Wilds has been announced for Switch 2. Which, okay, I think that's an old game just coming to the Switch 2. Mafia the Old Country is getting a story expansion called Man of Honor. It seems a little late at this point because I don't think too many people really talked about Mafia the Old Country even when it came out. I think it was an alright game for the Mafia series. It was more on target, I think, than Mafia 3, but yeah. They really needed to announce that expansion even if it was coming a year from now, and they delayed it a couple times. Let's see, Diddy Kong Racing veterans reveal a Super Ukulele Kart, an arcade racer with a deep story campaign. Yeah. I don't know if Diddy Kong Racing actually was a great racing game. It was just the racing game that had airplanes and hover cars when Mario Kart 64 was still just doing Mario Karts and Mario characters. So there was a pretty big split there, but once Mario Kart 8 and probably several games before Mario Kart 8 came out and introduced hanging around with hovering gliders and flying through the air, a lot of that gimmick wore off. Yeah. It was certainly a very different time when yeah, interesting how many videos might not even have closed captions. Yeah, it was certainly a very different time when Mario Kart was creating this desire and fandom that really was coming out of nowhere. Yeah, and this definitely doesn't feel like a Mario Kart type experience. This feels, well, no, this feels exactly like a Mario Kart from the Super NES, not even Mario Kart 64 experience, not a Diddy Kong Racing experience. Yeah. So yeah, I am pretty anti-hyped as far as what this is showing you. Yeah. I would prefer something that felt a lot more like Diddy Kong Racing if you're going to have your headline be that Diddy Kong Racing veterans are working on the game, which usually when you get these headlines it's like 2 people. Yeah, that seems to be about the case in this instance too. Sonic Racing Crossworlds is getting a year 2 of DLC, including Godzilla and Evangelion crossovers. Interesting. So there must be a real realization that Sonic Racing Crossworlds is more popular in Japan and the East than it is in the West. Although in fairness, the Crossworld characters have been like Persona characters too. So year 1 though, let's just go back and pause for a second. Come on, where's the pause button? In the middle of the screen. Yeah, year 1 has Mega Man, which has a pretty good global appeal. Minecraft, SpongeBob SquarePants, Pac-Man pretty good global, Avatar The Last Airbender more Western, Ninja Turtles more Western. So yeah, if these are the characters they're highlighting as year 1, which noticeably is not including the Persona 1, they are now going very east, it seems. Godzilla while driving around is interesting. And at a certain level, I think what they've decided to do is have a that's something completely different also. It's a mini game. Yeah, I guess they decided they were going to just have giant creatures around Evangelions and maybe angels from Evangelion, the bad guys. Although, were the angels really the bad guys? I'm not sure. And Godzilla. Is Godzilla really the bad guy? Not really. Depends on which movie you're talking about. But yeah, they are definitely still trying to make Sonic Racing Cross Worlds the Smash Brothers of racing games when you're not including any Nintendo license, which still makes it struggle quite a bit. Even now, though, I think we have too many racing games and none of them are being picked up as super popular, and honestly, I think they're making more racing games than they have an audience for. So we probably need to see a pullback of racing games, and probably a pullback of Sega just trying to copy Nintendo, because I don't think it's really helping them that much. So Summer Game Fest 2026, here's every announcement from the live show. We'll just scroll down here. Alright, so here's the Resident Evil Veronica trailer announcement. This is mostly what I scrolled through, is that I have the Game Awards YouTube channel subscribed to on my YouTube account, and you see that. Now notice here they give some hints as to this being a Resident Evil game without actually saying it's a Resident Evil game, but there is also a glitch that happens in this trailer, which I think is supposed to hint at the fact that something weird is going on here in what you're seeing. Of course, you just see this glitch for like a second, and then so it could have just been a glitch in the trailer playing back. But yeah, when she opens this door and you start to go in, it glitches back. And it gives you that kind of weird PT vibe. And there was Blink there that wasn't there before. And then the lady just disappears and you're looking around. She walked apparently to the side. So yeah, in Resident Evil Veronica, you're playing as Claire Redfield. It's still, I think, looking for your Chris Redfield, your brother. And yeah, much like there's another glitch there. I didn't even see that one the first time. Yeah, it all kind of has a weird PT vibe to it, but I don't know how accurate any of this is actually going to be to Code Veronica, which they're dropping the code in the title. Code Veronica as a I think console spin-off Resident Evil was perhaps not as quality as the others. Yeah, once again, the pattern for these Resident Evil games seems to be start with something spooky and then eventually announce more of an action experience. But yeah, very first thing you see is a 5, a Roman numeral 5 for V, or V, and then before that you see an E backwards, and then you see an R, so REV, Resident Evil 5, which Code Veronica was not the 5th game numbered in the series by any means. I don't believe it even came out after Resident Evil 4, so I don't think you could argue it is the 5th game because of that. They are, in my opinion, definitely trying to create confusion because they're never going to remake Resident Evil 5. Reason why they're never going to remake Resident Evil 5? Because they got raked over the coals, probably unfairly, for making a Resident Evil game set in Africa and having Chris Redfield, a white American, be the playable protagonist of that game, shooting a whole bunch of zombified Africans of dark skin tone. There was lots of cries of racism there, and it really hurt, I think, Capcom's feelings, and they just don't want that controversy again. And honestly, setting it in Africa was a nice change of pace for RE5. I don't think RE5 is a bad game. RE6 is, and that's the reason why we'll never remake RE6. Although, in fairness, RE6 is the one to remake. Is just make a whole new game and call it RE6. And maybe that is what they're really going to do here, is they're going to call Veronica the new RE5 of the remake series, and then make a whole new RE6 and connect directly back into the rebooted thing, RE7. Is there an RE7, or is it the other name when they stopped using the numbers? I don't think there is an RE7. RE6 in particular has a problem in that there were 4 protagonists, 4 groups of co-op protagonists, actually, so 8 protagonists. That's a real problem, too. So they announced 2 Cuphead things. You don't really need to watch it. It's mostly this puppet talking, and Studio MDHR. I feel like that is not Studio Madhead. I'm weirdly was thinking of Studio Madhead, the makers of a couple of like highly explicit horror games with nudity in them. Succubus, I think, was the second game from Studio Madhead, but didn't really. Agony, I think, was the first game they made. And then they show you that brief 2D platformer. So the sadness here, and obviously I didn't watch this presentation, but it did seem like Jeff Keighley here was handing off to some other lady to make some announcements too, but he still very much wants to be at the center of attention, it seems. Even though he seems like he's getting older and maybe fatter. But yeah, the sad statement of Mighty Cuphead Adventure is that it is going to 8-bit sprites and making a 8-bit style platforming game with boss fights. Kind of moving away from the hand-drawn animation style that they were doing before, which obviously takes too much work. That's why nobody copied them. and moving away probably from the level of difficulty, which is probably a good thing. I certainly still bemoan the fact that I couldn't really get the true ending on Cuphead because it was just too difficult. It feels like they've locked down these Game Award announcements stages pretty well. It is probably the exact next announcement with the lady. And so yeah, they're really not making drastically different stage layouts of where they're putting screens and monitors, and yeah, that's fine. Like, you kind of don't need to reinvent the wheel. And they've obviously, I think, improved their security quite a bit, because it's been a couple years since somebody has randomly gotten up on stage and done something weird. But also, the Summer Games Fest is just a bunch of trailers, so they aren't bringing people up on stage to make announcements or to win awards anyways and make speeches. So somebody getting up on stage in this kind of event would be really odd, because that would mean somebody got out of their chair and walked towards the stage and security didn't tackle them. Yeah. A new Alien game of any sort really shouldn't come with too much hype, because despite many efforts of making Alien games, there has not been a ton of them that have been super successful. And honestly, I think you'd probably have an easier time if you straight up just had a game where there were alien monsters and didn't call it Alien, and didn't get limited to that xenomorph spot. It's kind of interesting on this presentation that they're just giving people handheld microphones. Honestly, that probably works a little bit better. The thing there is people drop microphones or people bump them against their chest. I very often when streaming will bump my microphone and make noise like that, or even a cord might rub against my headphone cord, or rub against my microphone setup. You're not going to get the best audio that way, but you do get the fact of, hey, when somebody wants to talk, they're lifting the microphone up to their mouth, and when they don't want to be heard, they're taking it away from their mouth. The best sound would obviously be to have a microphone in front of them and a microphone stand, but it does seem like people are moving around. Let's see. They had a trailer for this game, Jin Atlas, which is from the creator of Ico and Shadow of the Colossus, Fumito Ueda. And I believe they actually had him in the audience and shouted him out, and he just, from the audience, goes, "Thank you," and waves his hands. Probably not understanding a lick of what's being said, and doesn't probably understand English at all. Like, as it is still very believable that he would be of a generation that didn't learn English in Japanese school, or their English would be the equivalent of people in the United States learning a second language, and that they don't really hold on to it. Yeah. Teaching a second language in class is very different from being immersed in it and understanding it when being spoken to you. So this was known as Project Robot, and it just shows a bunch of robots. giant robots and things like that, and it definitely has still some of those themes of a giant creature, but that's kind of all I think I can really take from it. You've got this giant robot head that's flying to a robot body and connecting. I wouldn't be surprised if the gameplay mechanic is that you take control of the robot and use the robot to move something huge, or you use the robot to attack some monsters, or even just destroy a big area. And then the robot body will probably run out of energy, at which point you're going to have to move your robot head to a different body. It sure doesn't feel innovative, though. Like, it really does just feel like, hey, we made more Shadow of the Colossus. Which is fine, really, at some level, because it has, I think, been 10 years since this guy has made any game, so making more of what people like versus making nothing, I think people would prefer making more of what some people like, or what people did like. We've got a game here called Blood Message, set in ancient China. Let's see if we can just jump in the middle and see a little bit of the trailer without watching all of it. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like Chinese area fight, maybe massive battle fights at this scale, which is not really what I would have assumed from that previous screenshot. Yeah, this looks like this is probably the real game, is that you're going to run around while the castle is being sieged, and even that might be a cutscene, really. Yeah, there is definitely a danger when you get a trailer like this that it just looks too cinematic. Yeah. I don't know how this turns into actual gameplay, unless it is just mash buttons, and any button you mash is considered okay to move the pre-scripted motions and animations forward. This is probably a great example of a trailer that is just mostly lies, made by a completely different team or a completely different company to portray general concepts of what they are expecting the game to be. There is something even kind of interesting as to saying something is set in ancient China, because there, to my understanding, really isn't an ancient China before you just get to the Warring States, at which point you would be naming each of those individual countries / states by their own name, or you would at least say it was set in the ancient Chinese Warring State era. Yeah. It is basically propaganda, in the same way that you would claim that a game set in North America before North America was called North America by Native Americans was actually set in ancient United States of America. And that doesn't make any sense at all. Stranger Than Heaven starring Tupac, probably not going to interest me too much. Yeah. This is Stranger Than Heaven is that new like a dragon type game. You have a whole bunch of Yakuza here. You can tell by their massive amount of tattoos they have in this bathhouse, and the fact that they're in a bathhouse with tattoos. And this really goes to show just the general love the Japanese have for public bathing, or the general need they have for it for their tiny little apartments not having room for public baths, or maybe not even stand showers, individual showers. Tupac definitely seems like they're coming out of nowhere. Although weirdly, it is kind of just following this trend of Africans being really into people of African descent, not Africans, being really into Japanese culture, and Japanese culture perhaps finally reciprocating on that. Although maybe this is also somewhat of a cheap cop-out, because I believe Tupac is dead, and so this is the estate of Tupac using his likeness, and that seems weird. That Tupac was the one they made the hologram of and put the hologram onto her also. Which, yeah, I guess we're going to start probably seeing more of that happen. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Michael Jackson type hologram thing that happens, and it just really comes down to how much respect the estate wants to show before we start to see the Beatles and other artists who are long since dead showing up again. And people really wouldn't even blink an eye if you made a hologram of like Michelangelo or you know, any famous artist from hundreds of years ago, Shakespeare, things like that. When there's enough time between their death that people would feel like it's not really that disrespectful. Unfortunately, that definitely expands the possibility of actors not getting work. Here you have Snoop Dogg, who is still alive at the moment. I don't think he's the speculation a few years back is that he got lung cancer from all the smoking he did and stopped smoking because of that. But yeah, the fact that Tupac is in the game and not Snoop Dogg does seem weird. And even if Snoop Dogg got in the game, that's still some fairly old, well-known, established actor taking a job potentially away from a new actor. Now, Tupac also, I would say, feels like a secondary character that you're not going to play as. So I don't think we're going to have the same controversy like the Assassin's Creed game had. Assassin's Creed Shadows, I believe, was the name of that. Where the idea of finally going to Japan for an Assassin's Creed game got really ruined in early announcements and destroyed the hype for some percentage of potential fandom by them announcing that they were going to have the protagonist either be a female ninja, which don't exist. They wouldn't be called ninja, there's another word. I don't think shinobi is the right word. Or the one African samurai, which, I mean, I believe he literally was a slave that got sold to a Japanese shogun. But yeah, that definitely felt like that was performative in its nature, to make those be the protagonists and not allow you to just play as a Japanese person, a Japanese male ninja of the time, which would make a lot more sense. But that's forcing protagonists here. Stranger Than Heaven, having Tupac show up, still is going to be weird, but not that weird. It would be interesting if the same complaints showed up, and they might, because certainly Japanese people in particular have different feelings and different forms of racism against Africans than Westerners do. So we might get quite a few complaints from the East as far as Tupac being in this game, but we'll see. I don't think there's really reason to watch Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Like, I think most people are probably hyped on this recent remake of the game and will go and play it if they are still into Assassin's Creed. It might very well be the case, though, that people have had their fill of Assassin's Creed and don't have enough nostalgia to even want to go back to play Black Flag, or they'll play Black Flag but then they'll have no interest in playing any future Assassin's Creed game. With Ubisoft in its current state, it's very questionable whether there even will be another Assassin's Creed game that manages to come out before Assassin's Creed completely is handed over to a new company that will then completely do something different, which they're already doing something fairly different compared to what Black Flag was with Assassin's Creed anyways. So here's one worth watching. Platinum Games, former makers of Bayonetta and some other games, have announced a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, which is to say they are not making any more Bayonetta games, which is probably for the better considering how the creator of Bayonetta no longer works for Platinum Games or works with Platinum Games. They claim they were Nier Automata. I don't know if they exclusively worked on Nier Automata, but if that is the case, then there is a question about whether there will be any more Nier games. This Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtles is based off the Last Ronin side story, at which point all of the Ninja Turtles except for one is dead, and it is a much darker story than what you would expect from a Ninja Turtles game, which tends to be more family friendly. So if anything, this just really shows that Paramount doesn't really care, Nickelodeon being a subsidiary of Paramount, I guess, about Ninja Turtles, and will license it to people, just anybody that has a good game pitch. And Platinum Games is probably getting a little desperate. In fairness, making a Ninja Turtle game based on The Last Ronin makes more sense than making a spin-off game of Bayonetta where you're playing as a little girl Bayonetta and doing a completely different kind of gameplay style. That being said, you're not going to see a Ninja Turtle doing the high speed button mashing type experience and the craziness that you see in Bayonetta. It's going to be a much slower experience and a very different experience. Platinum Games is just a very different company. They've had their brain drain, and so whoever's left there is questionable as far as what they can do and what they can do to really stand out. It definitely feels like there was some bad management that's happened at Platinum Games, and that's unfortunate for Bayonetta, but Bayonetta at this point is probably dead. Here we have a Gundam game. Didn't see that announcement. But yeah, Bayonetta 2, I don't know if that ever came to PC because it was partially funded by Nintendo. And Bayonetta 3 goes in a very different direction and caused controversy by getting a different voice actress, and then the voice actress complaining about the old voice actress complaining about not getting the work. This does not look like a Gundam game to me. Like, on the outside, I see mobile suits and what look like a early version of Gundams, but I don't know if I've ever seen a Gundam where you have a giant robotic creature that looks more like a transformer, and the inside characters feel weird because it's more hyper-realistic 3D graphics as far as the character designs, when every other form of Gundam has always had 2D animation for the characters. Now, when you get away from the cutscene and the darkness, this bright, colorful color palette does feel a little bit more Gundam-like. But the amount of speed in what you're fighting here definitely feels different. Very, very different. Yeah. This feels like a Gundam game that is definitely trying to target a Western audience by playing faster, being less strategic military thought out, by having Western realistic graphic styles. It would be a shame if this is a hint that we are at the point now where the anime style is so toxic and they're so afraid of being censored if you have the anime style, that they're taking one of the grandfathers of anime, Gundam, and just turning it into generic robot game. It feels a lot like Monster Hunter. I wouldn't be surprised if they are heavily being influenced by Monster Hunter. Bandai Namco, I'm not sure I really trust them too much. They do seem like they are willing to try too many things and go too wild with things. On the other hand, it is also worth saying there is a ton of Gundam that have come out in the East, and the West has rejected watching much of any of that. It hasn't been translated, it hasn't been put on any streaming services in the past. Nowadays everything's translated on streaming services, but yeah, Gundam really is its own niche fandom even amongst anime fans. You definitely have people in the East who are fans of Gundam and only Gundam and don't watch Dragon Ball Z or anything fantasy. Let's see, we have a game called Crossfire. We'll look at this trailer. Again, I knew today was going to be super long with all the trailers, and really don't have any way of making it short of just not going through all the games on Steam. It came out on Steam. Today would have been a great day to debut like a new rule set in which I just don't look at any game that has AI in it. I haven't written the code for that. Inherently what's in my mind there is I'm going to have to flip a value, and with that value set, I'm going to then act one way versus another. That way, pages for Steam games that use AI can be opened and won't just automatically close normally, but will automatically close during the process of just opening all the new games on Steam. Imagine that means I'm just going to have to set a value and hope the process never breaks so that the value gets unset by the time the process is done. There might be a way to do it differently. I should research that. I might be able to look into the history of specific tabs, and if the history of the specific tab is coming from a certain URL, then it might act differently. And then I wouldn't have to set a setting. I don't know if setting a setting and reading a setting in a local storage cookie has the browsers actually reading and writing to the hard drive every single time, because that'd be a lot of reading and a lot of writing. Yeah, this game Crossfire looks like it's partially militaristic, partially sci-fi. But I don't know if it's something I would be interested in. See, the thing is, this game feels like it could be like Fear, where in general, I probably wouldn't want to play a game that looks like Fear. But having actually played it, it actually worked fairly well for me, mixing basically a creepy girl like from The Grudge into a first-person shooter game with a time slowdown mechanic. It's a shame that they haven't tried to remake or continue the Fear series, but there's probably good reasons why they didn't, and that the story kind of wrapped itself up in a crazy way, and the Fear title is kind of stupid. Mostly, I think it's the case that the people that made Fear have moved on to other things. Yeah. I was having two thoughts there in a row. This is the first one where somebody on stage is just talking about the game, and I lost one of the trains of thoughts as I jumped around. Oh yeah. Actually, I was having three trains of thoughts in a row. Apparently, there's a new thing that is not supported by Firefox, but is seemingly supported so far by Chromium-based things, which includes Microsoft Edge as far as browsers, in that you can use CSS now to do page transitions from one page on the same domain to the next, which that certainly could be interesting in the future. Let's watch this try, even though it's probably not going to show me anything new. But yeah, instead of clicking on a link and it just immediately jump cutting to the new page and then taking a while to render that new page, if the new page doesn't instantaneously render, you can now have it be a case where you might slide one page into the next, which honestly that probably should have been in the HTML CSS standards from day one, version 1. It would have never been able to be visually depicted back in those days, but yeah, there has always been a fairly dumb design in that you have one web page and then you click on a link and then you go to a just completely different web page, and as such nothing is likely going to look close to itself or similar or have the same style. The other dumb design, I think, in particular around HTML, is the idea of making your own links versus links automatically generating by themselves. Every single word should by default be right clickable for a definition or for more information. But leaving it to the creators, the vast majority of words here are not clickable. And arguably, yeah, definition of but you can are all easy things that you should know. But capital Steam here should take you somewhere, and probably not to where this link is actually taking you, which is just the list of all the Steam games that Video Games Chronicle have ever written an article about, instead of just steam.com, where you would think that would take you. Yeah, I wasn't really paying too much attention to Control Resonant. It definitely seems like they are just implying that there is a crisis happening in the old house, which probably doesn't matter much. There's something about this Guild Wars. Yeah, you can really save yourself just a few seconds just by skipping the first 10 seconds or so. Yeah, Guild Wars 3 feels like, I think, a real-time strategy game. It feels like it's just come out of nowhere. Like, there should have been this whole series of real-time strategy games. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game completely, because this looks like a completely different trailer than what I think I saw before. In Guild Wars 3, they're calling it an MMO. Yeah. Yeah. This is almost certainly one of those cases where a game has a 3 on the back end of it and it feels more important than it probably is. Yeah, that is the feeling I'm getting here. Increasingly, it seems like as you got later into the streams, you would have people get on stage and talk more. Star Wars Galactic Racer premiere trailer is here if you want to watch it. And then Virtua Fighter Crossroads. First trailer, we looked at that. Grounded 2, interestingly, has a PlayStation announcement. Announced trailer, which I feel like Grounded 2 has already been available for other things. Yeah. The Grounded series is another one of those series that, if you could really just promise me that there's a single player mode there where you can play by yourself and have a decent time, I might check it out. But if the focus and push is to force people to play together, I'm never going to get around to do that. Assassin's Creed's creator, Patrice Desilets, probably not working for Ubisoft anymore, has a 1666 Amsterdam trailer. Let's watch that. Again, let's just skip until at least it fades to dark. Okay. So, my general understanding is that the creator of Assassin's Creed wanted to tell a very different story, and I think he was allowed to tell a very different story until it got taken away. Assassin's Creed basically got taken away from him after Assassin's Creed 3, at which point the future story and was pretty much wrapped up. And yeah, it looks to me like we're getting a different kind of story. Kind of the kind of story that I think I would love and wish there was more of. Seems like you have a witch here that might be part of a coven of witches with the ability to do a lot of things, possibly travel over to a dark world and fight and fly. The biggest problem with this title is that 1666 is definitely trying to evoke 666 and the devil, the mark of the beast, really, not even the devil. Which, yeah, there's a question there as far as it's a horror game. But then the number 1666 just makes me think it's an anno game, because every game with a 4-digit date year number feels like an anno game. It definitely feels like he is doing something very different here. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any pieces of Eden or climbing and parkouring going on. I think the witches are going to just fly around. Yeah. So that will be interesting. So then we have Saw Genesis, which is an asymmetric horror game, which in fairness, asymmetric horror games have it. They have this Billy the Puppet come out on stage. This Billy the Puppet looks very bad. It just does not look like the Billy the Puppet in the movies, which I know a lot of the Billy the Puppets have been damaged and destroyed, but he just has like way too much of a forehead. I can't help but wonder if this is a Saw game, because Tobin Bell is just so old as an actor that they really don't want to have him be in any more movies, or he's just too old to be in any more movies. Now, the craziness about Saw Genesis is it really is a prequel. It's somebody in like the trenches of World War II doing horrific Saw-like experiments, and at a certain level it definitely feels more like you're just doing horrific German type experiments on people and not actually trying to do anything else. But yeah, the other horror games that have been these asymmetric horror games where you're running around trying to keep yourself alive, well, one person is running around trying to kill you, have worked fairly well, and then theming them around licensed horror series I think makes some sense. So the real proposed thought here is that Jigsaw, the Jigsaw Killer, Tobin Bell's character, found this book of what happened in World War II and used it from his own guidance, which clashes extremely with the explanation. This is a completely different game there. that was shown in the movies where he was in a car crash and survived the car crash. And that was what led him to being Jigsaw. So, yeah. Unfortunately, this is like the movie Spiral in that it is very much not going to have a real story designed to actually be in the Saw universe as much as it is just going to be a game that has the Saw license because they want to make as much money as possible on this. And it's called Genesis, but when you actually look at the logo here, it says Saw Genes, Gene. The I and the S is pretty obviously missing. Yep. Now remember, this is also the Bloober team, so they're getting the licenses they can, but by making this game, they are not making Silent Hill 3, which probably is a license they can't get. So this might very well be a case where a lot of what Bloober team learned in the Silent Hill 2 remake easily translated into making a Saw game. There is definitely a question. This one says it's a not safe for work trailer, so I'm not going to watch it. There is definitely a question as far as the saturation point of how many horror games are out there and they're going to succeed. We've already seen not Nightmare on Elm Street game, but we've seen a Friday the 13th game come and go with middling success, and a Army of Darkness or Ash vs. Evil Dead game, I think, came and went. So, yeah. And the one game that really has survived by being fairly successful without that many licenses or characters. So, Innersloth announced a new game, Among Us Story on Guard. Again, definitely trying to do as much as possible to capitalize on Among Us, but probably moving too slow because I think the fad around Among Us is pretty much done. Yeah, this looks like a completely different art style from Among Us, and it looks like it probably is more of a single player thing. Yeah. And I'm not sure if Among Us in particular is going to have a if this new game Among Us Story on Guard is even going to have a multiplayer component. And this is just really confusing. They have this purple monster Among Us character in a blow up outfit, and then you literally have somebody just lying on the ground dead as another one of the Among Us creatures. Yeah. I think, as jaded as it might seem, this is a weird couple of people on stage too. The one on the left looks fairly too young, and the one on the right seems more like a teacher announcing something than someone that works in the game industry. Yeah. As jaded as it may seem, I think when you have a big hit that goes viral, like Among Us, the move is to just sell the license and have t-shirts and dolls and everything else as fast as possible. It is kind of crazy that like serial producers don't have a way of just churning out things like crazy the second something becomes viral. It seems like they have actual voice actors that are going to be in something. I don't know if this is Beyond Guard. No, that is a Paramount Plus streaming cartoon. Yeah. I guess that's exactly what they did. Is that they license out as much as they can. 007 First Light is getting another mission starring Lenny Kravitz. Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance has been announced. We'll have to watch that. Monster Hunter is definitely big enough now that even in the West, it would be unfair to ignore it. We are still 3 articles away from being done with Video Games Chronicles. Once we get to Komatsu's, it'll have duplicate things, and so we'll go through that a little faster, but still feels like it's going to be a 4 to 5 hour stream. And I would assume at this point I am just not going to go through any of the new games that came out on Steam. And I'll just look at those in my own free time, but I also have to kind of look at them fairly quickly because I'm getting my replacement router tomorrow, and hopefully it is only going to be a matter of a few hours to move everything over. I don't know how hard that really is going to be, because the mistake would be to just take a backup of a completely different model and restore it. That'll probably break it permanently if I did that. So I'm going to have to move over all of the extra stuff after putting Asus Maryland on the router. And I bought a used router, and that was stupid of me to do. Just cheaping out because it was so expensive. It saved me 25 bucks, really. But then by buying used, I'm buying someone else's problems and probably less of a warranty. And yeah, the second I run into any trouble, I'm just going to return it and buy a new one. Yeah, apparently Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance is a massive expansion to the original game, not a new game in the series. I would have assumed it's a new game in the series. Yet another Hot Wheels game? Despite the fact that the last Hot Wheels game I don't think did particularly well, at least on Steam. Yeah, we're getting to the point where it is getting kind of ridiculous as far as the number of racing games. That being said, Hot Wheels is uniquely, distinctively different in the whole experience. And this is the kind of stuff I was expecting to see with Crazy Taxi, is that you would have crazy jumps and maybe collectible things like screenshots. Yeah. It definitely is overwhelming. And it's easy for even someone as old as me to confuse King Kong on top of a building in that reference with just Donkey Kong. Like everything just defaults to Donkey Kong in my mind. Again, I feel like Hot Wheels is one of those physical toys that even for young kids is probably dying out and is not interesting to them. And yeah, I think having real world Hot Wheels is probably not something you really need. I know I had Lincoln Logs when I was a kid, which, boy, were those sucky toys. But yeah, there were several toys that as a kid that I still think would be decent toys these days and have nostalgia for, but a lot of them also were really garbage toys, and then probably only played with them 1 or 2 times. Yeah. This is mostly the Sonic stuff we had already seen before. Yeah, this whole Summer Games Fest nonsense really highlights. It's just like way too many trailers coming out. It hurts games that are actually coming out. Attack on Titan 3. We'll watch it just to see the level of graphics on it. And it's just kind of silly because any one of these trailers, you're gonna maybe latch on to that one trailer, and then every other trailer is just gonna leave your mind and you're gonna forget it completely. Yeah. I think the Attack on Titan manga / anime story wrapped up. I imagine you could continuously still make games. The general idea here is you've got these skinned human looking monsters that you're fighting titans. Yeah. And so the concept there's not too crazy. For a video game, it's not too crazy of a concept. Attack on Titan is one of those anime series also that was probably a little too mainstream, and so I never got around to watching it. I could watch it at some point. Clutch gets another trailer. That's almost certainly a racing game, so I'm gonna skip that. Hitman, World of Assassination, The Wizard is the next elusive target. That's Wiz Khalifa. There is very much an argument to be made. Maybe I'm not ready to make that argument and prepared to make that argument, that we are getting 2 examples in all these trailers of a token celebrity rapper of African descent in the games. But very noticeably, once you have those 2 token characters, you then have to realize that hashtag Game Award trailers be so white. Like, really, there's not a single game, I think, in any of the announcements here where the main protagonist is a person of African descent or is a hero per se. And yeah, that stands out like a sore thumb once you start to really look for it and think of it and look at it, at the world from that perspective. Again, half of these announcements are Asian games, so it isn't just United States people being racist here, it's that there has been a consistent preference and normalization of African protagonists being practically non-existent, and when they do show up, it is often as a token game where they are set in a very different settings. it would be fairly easy to make a game like Hitman with an African protagonist. Maybe that would be a little offensive, but it would be better than nothing. It'd be pretty easy to make Crazy Taxi and focus on the African protagonist that I believe was in the original Crazy Taxi game as your new main protagonist in trailers, at least. Alright, here's big news. Kind of shocking if this actually happens. Palworld 1.0 is coming out in July. Will 1.0 be a finalized, mostly stable version of Palworld? And if it is, will it deliver what people actually wanted from Palworld? Because the whole Factorio and Pokemon-like creatures with guns concept, I'm not sure ever really made sense around Palworld. The other thought certainly is that they are going to call 1.0 1.0 just so that they can give up working on Palworld like they did their previous game and focus on their next game. Which, yeah, while I may be a fan of the concept of killing your babies when a project isn't working, I don't think you should abandon successful commercial products like Palworld in an unfinished state. That is just 100% cutscenes there, and that Pokemon creature literally turned into a sword, and they ripped the spine out of the fish creature to turn it into a sword. Which that is weird for two reasons. One, you're seeing a sword, and two, you're not seeing any guns in that at all. Yeah. It probably would be more exciting to have another Pokemon-like game that looked like Palworld from a different company get announced than just for them to say 1.0 version is coming out. There was a YouTube video of a small game developer, and when they put out their game, they really didn't bug test it enough. They had like 10 testers probably trying on 10 different computers, and they had major bug problems, and it drastically in the first few days just dropped their reviews from being mostly positive to slightly positive, or from overwhelmingly positive to mostly positive, I think is really what it dropped down to. So not a huge drop, but yeah, it's momentum in the wrong direction, certainly. And really highlights how you should test a game. And I do think most game developers probably do test their games, and a lot more than this guy did, because he was putting out patches, and then the patches coming out would cause other bugs, and then he'd put out patches to fix the patches, and that would introduce other bugs, and the bugs seem to be wild and fairly commonplace. And yeah, like one patch he had to put out because he made a trailer where he had just turned the volume up of sound effects in the game to make the trailer, and then he didn't change the code back before he pushed the final product, and it's just like, oh man, that is the worst way to release a game, is to just have it be buggy and on the fly try and fix it. Palworld feels like a larger scale version of that kind of handling of a game, in that it isn't just overwhelmingly bugs, but it definitely wasn't a finished, finalized, polished product when it was first released. Oh, so many years ago. At this point, I think it's been 2 years. which that lawsuit seemingly has gone nowhere at all. But if we want to really talk about things that have taken forever, Wolf Among Us 2 gets its first trailers in several years, probably more than 7 years. They're calling this a Telltale game. The reality is the Telltale that exists now is not the same Telltale that existed before. And the original Wolf Among Us, when I played it, was bugged out on me. And I would feel like I would need to just play the first game to remind myself of what happened in it. Honestly, it might be better just to read the comic Wolf Among Us and, frankly, not even play the sequel. Telltale, very much desperate to gain legitimacy. The new Telltale, desperate to gain legitimacy and get a foothold in being a successful company. And you saw Warner Brothers there because the Wolf Among Us comic series, owned by DC or one of its subsidiaries, and so it's a comic thing. I wouldn't be surprised if this trailer and this game is getting rushed out as Warner Brothers itself is trying to be acquired. Which, yeah, I haven't heard anything as far as the acquisition there. Okay. And then we have Shift Up with Stellar Blade Blood Rain getting its first trailer. Noticeably, this character's outfit is a skin-tight latex catsuit. Doesn't feel like it's going to be anywhere as revealing. And yeah, it definitely feels like the move here is that they're going to try and promote this game a little bit less on the cheesecake aspects and more on Stellar Blade in general being a decent enough game in its own. This feels like this could be set in the past before the events of Stellar Blade, because there's humans around, and I don't think Stellar Blade had any humans around. Or it could be in the future, and they may have brought humans back. I don't really know the story. Visuals look very pretty, as it is. I think this is the same Eve character from Stellar Blade 1. This might just be that Eve is on a completely different planet. I mean, she did in the first game fall out of a spaceship, which, yeah, in contrast to that trailer, this is a much slower trailer of a lot more people. This feels closer to something like a cyberpunk game than a high action inspired experience. Now, the thing about this trailer too is that it might imply that this Stellar Blade game is going to come out before the next Nier game comes out, a mainline Nier game, which Nier Automata definitely inspired Stellar Blade to some extent. So we got some kind of like weird organic thing going on, and it took a really long time to get to the action here, and it feels like the action is less boss fights now and might be more smaller fights. Sure, we've got some camera angles that are not shying away from showing some butt shots. If anything, I think the game trailer here might be making fun of some of the complaints that were made against video games. The Anita Sarkeesian made this odd complaint. None of her videos felt researched enough, but she found that like Batman Arkham Asylum had a cape, and the Batman character wearing the cape made it so you could never see the butt of Batman. But if you were looking at the model of Catwoman in the same game, then she didn't have a cape, and so you could see the outline of a clothed catsuit butt. And so I feel like the see-through cape there might have very well been a joke against that. Which, yeah, it seems like it, even then, it seemed like it was very reasonable that somebody probably programmed the cape to always be in a certain orientation, and because of that, it would just never bunch up or wrap around the waist enough that it wouldn't be covering Batman's butt. Yeah, but yeah, other than some skin-tight catsuit, this trailer feels very reserved, and I can't help but maybe censorship is pushing them. So this isn't the same protagonist. Interesting. It's in the same universe as the first game, but a different protagonist. And same universe might be a stretch because it feels like it's on a different planet in total. Interesting. But I can't really blame Shift Up for basically making a completely different game and putting Stellar Blade on the name instead of just calling it Blood Rain. Again, there is definitely room for complaint here, and it would be very fair and interesting if we did see complaints where the character from the first game, Eve, is bemoaned for not being in this game as the main protagonist, and then putting Stellar Blade in it. It is the same, exact same scenario as God of War Lao Fei. You have a established series, although Stellar Blade was only established with one game that had an established protagonist, and now we have a sequel being called Stellar Blade that looks pretty disconnected from the first game. Doesn't even really give a lot of indication that it's even going to play the same way. Of course, I'm willing to give Shift Up way more of a pass than I am willing to give a Sony second-party developer that makes God of War, which I'm not sure exactly who that team would be off the top of my head. I had really hoped that Stellar Blade would have at least had its own tradition of its first trailer being cheesecakey, just as a thing. But yeah, doesn't feel like they can continue to do that, or they're willing to continue to do that amongst all the censorship that's going on these days. I wouldn't be surprised if even the Summer Games Fest was just increasingly censoring trailers and saying that we won't show your game if it has this content in it. Inherently, part of what this trailer was about was showing its ability to show more people on screen, and the people on screen in general look a little bit better, but nothing really jumped out as very pretty, nor did the gameplay jump out as being particularly different. Then our next thing, Street Fighter 6 DLC Year 4 announced, including Tifa Lockhart. And then I don't even know who Bosch or Arjun or Yasmin is. Which I don't even know. If this is Tifa, then this character in the background has to be Arjun, and this has to be Yasmin, and this has to be Bosch. Would be my guess. Final Fantasy VII Remake Revelation has been officially announced. I would assume this is the third game in the Final Fantasy series, and this is the last trailer on this page, thank goodness. Yeah. Now, in Revelation, it's the final game in the trilogy, and I expect the story to pay off and be explained, which is a high level of expectation, certainly, but it is what I would want to see as far as why is Final Fantasy VII Remake seemingly the second loop in a time loop where things are seemingly different. That's about as much as I have figured out about the story, having not played any of the games. And then there is a real question as far as just how many people actually have made it through the first two games, and whether it's even really necessary to play any of the games. It might very well be the case that people have played the original Final Fantasy VII because it was the best game available at the time, but they really don't have enough nostalgia for it or interest in it to play the remasters. I am noticing that Tifa and all the other characters seem to still be alive at this point, so that seems to imply there won't be any change for a while in playing the third game. I would have kind of expected that twist in which one main character dies would have happened in the second game. But I think the twist in the second game probably was that that one character didn't die. And if this is the order in which the trailers actually came out, it does perhaps highlight something, that there is perhaps a old-fashioned understanding of what's important and what isn't, and that Final Fantasy VII trailer should have been the showstopper, when probably the showstopper should be something else, but I'm not even sure what that something else would be. Maybe Blood of the Dawn Walker, but that's a new game. No, it is kind of a weak list. Yeah, the Control game maybe should have been the showstopper. But overall, yeah, it is kind of a weak group of announcements. That could have been a showstopper. No, Resident Evil Veronica should have been the showstopper. If you were going to just do anything, you end with that, and then you start with Final Fantasy VII. I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually their plan originally, and then the video screwed up and they had to make a last minute change. I feel like some of these trailers probably are like struggling to be played at these presentations compared to like a Nintendo Direct where everything can be edited and done perfectly and there's no chance of the video messing up in a live presentation. But yeah, we spent a ton of time going through all these trailers, and what is my response is it's just like, okay, there's a whole bunch of games that are going to come out over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, and like some of them I'll play, some of them will be good, but did all of these announcements need to be squished into the same day's presentation, the same weekend's worth of presentations? Or did you just create a hype train event that is trying to brainwash people into getting on the hype train for video games in general, so that they will just buy anything that gets released, that gets promoted to them and advertised to them? I think, whether intentional or not, these kinds of events are very much just trying to brainwash people to be on the hype train. Just always on the hype train, always buying the next game, playing it. We don't care if you play it for an hour or 5 minutes, or 10 hours or 100 minutes, just as long as you buy the next game and don't refund the first one. Yeah. And certainly the hype train and living like that and just buying every new game and playing it for a few hours and not finishing it, for some people is definitely going to put them into a shame spiral, which people joke about their backlog on Steam. I have a huge backlog on Steam. Many of the games I don't really have an interest in playing. But yeah, I very rarely get into a shame spiral and I'm upset that I haven't played video games. And that's for a content creator that should be playing more video games and making more content. But there is definitely a negative to that, on top of the obvious financial negative of buying a game and then not getting your money's worth out of it and then buying another game. Yeah, at some level, even for an artistic experience like a video game, capitalism here is very much corrupting and trying to create an artificial demand for games in general with an event like this, more than actually trying to inform a consumer to make smart purchases. Yeah. So we have 3 more articles from Video Games Chronicles. Wolf Among Us 2 and a remaster of the original have been announced at the Summer Games Fest. Yeah. Meanwhile, if you were just getting the summer off because you're out of school or for some other reason, is that really the best use of your time if you're a gamer, is to sit around and look at all these trailers? Yeah, I mean, it definitely isn't the best use of my time even now. I could be gaming right now. Instead, I'm looking at announcements for games that are coming out in 2027. And I guess I would have to play the original remaster if I was going to do any kind of new content to even remind myself. Although I will say, from what I remember, the Wolf Among Us 1 was pretty much standalone story, so I imagine the Wolf Among Us 2 doesn't really require you to play Wolf Among Us 1. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 is called Final Fantasy VII Revelation. It will be released on all platforms simultaneously, so it's not a PlayStation exclusive day one. So at the very least, that's one more game that would potentially be cool to play on Steam instead of struggling to get it on the PlayStation platforms as an exclusive. And notice how 2 of these stories are very much that these games that were PlayStation 5 exclusives are not exclusive anymore. Sony under new leadership, Sony Interactive Entertainment under new leadership, not willing to shovel out money to buy exclusives, while not really having any other plan. I wonder, as I look at the still of this model, this obviously is a face scan of a real Korean model. I wonder if they went out of their way to find a different Korean model, and they're just trying to highlight a different Korean model every game. While that would be somewhat plausible, it really ruins the consistency of any story or any series, as it were. Yeah, it would have made more sense if you were trying to do that, to just introduce secondary characters. And yeah, Stellar Blade for the most part is a third-person perspective game anyway, so you're going to see the secondary characters more than you're going to see the main protagonist anyways. Imagine that we really just don't know anything and they haven't said anything. It's definitely, thumbnail has the feel of a Ghost in the Shell live action movie screenshot, just because of the hyper realisticness here. It is also going to be very interesting to see the contrast between Stellar Blade 2 and its realistic art style and Shift Up's next game. I think it's called High Spirits, but I could very well be wrong about that, which is definitely going back to the bright, colorful art style, anime art style, and this definitely seems like it's going to be lewd back to the origins of Shift Up. It may very well be the case that Shift Up, as a rapidly developing company, just has two teams, and one team is going to go for the console experience with hyper realistic graphics, and one team is going to go for the mobile experience with anime graphics. They are still making a ton of money and actually being more successful in the past couple months than normal with their mobile game Nikkei Goddess of Victory, so that is helping them quite a bit too. Also, I think them being a Korean company not directly associated with Samsung probably is helping them somewhat. Alright, well that brings us finally to the Gematsu articles. Momotaro Dentetsu series have sold 20.1 million games units. Major milestone, but also a series that is not really ever come to the West. Like, you look at all of these and it is in Japanese. The Momotaro Densetsu digital board game series has been on like Steam. A few of them have, or at least one has. It's kind of like a Japanese take on Monopoly. Yeah. Most recent one launched for the Switch 2 and Switch 1 in 2025 in Japan. But yeah, I recognize the name. It's about as much as I can recognize. And it's interesting how we immediately go into Gematsu articles and we get completely different news. Stage Tour developer spotlight trailer and latest details. Turn the volume back up. Stage Tour feels like it is going to be a Guitar Hero type game, which I kind of like the idea of a Guitar Hero type game, but I still don't know if there's going to be a reasonably priced accessory to work with a Guitar Hero type game. And frankly, the reason I'd want a Guitar Hero type game is if I'm ever going to do any kind of like gamer meetups that I'm in charge of running, and yeah, it gets pretty crazy when you're just like buying stuff in the hopes of other people playing with it and having meetups and things like that. So that's definitely stuff that needs to be very low priority and needs proving that there'd even be an audience for it, because I might very well be completely off the mark and find that Guitar Hero games have long since lost any interest Yeah, I don't think there's a good chance that you would find a Guitar Hero controller in good shape that would also be fairly cheap, since Guitar Hero games have long since disappeared, and even if you did find them, I don't know how easy it is to just plug them into a computer and make them work. The last time we had a Studio Ghibli inspired game, it was Ni no Kuni, that actually had animations made by Studio Ghibli, although the number of animations there were very front loaded and they very much tried to make it seem like Studio Ghibli was more involved in that game. I really didn't even like Ni no Kuni enough to play the sequel, which didn't have any Studio Ghibli animations but was still trying to give that general feel. The point I'm trying to make here is that when you refer to yourselves as something inspired, you're saying you are just devoid of your own creativity at some level, and that you are just ripping off something. Which, while I can applaud a game for its honesty, that probably isn't going to get you a lot of sales. And this game, Into the Wind, is actually a different game from the other Studio Ghibli game that Studio Ghibli inspired game that we looked at earlier. This one actually looks like it might be a little bit more fun just on the fact that it's not farming simulating, although it does seem like you're probably just delivering packages, which is one monotonous job being replaced for another monotonous job. Let's see, Valheim launches September 9th. It's a Viking survival game leaving early access after 5 years. Yeah, I was very confused there for a second. I've been hearing about a game called Valheim for a very long time. Now, I don't have a link open for Valheim, so I'm going to take this tab and drag it away to just check on that. My change in the code may have broken the thought of opening Steam links, but I don't know how it would. All I really did was change the code in such a way that it would stop after the second Steam store page being opened. Let's see. The mouthwashing developer announces a co-op tank horror game called Carcass Clad, which this definitely looks gross. And then the actual game screenshots look pretty uninteresting and a little low polygon. Not gonna watch that trailer. A narrative-driven CRPG. What does CRPG stand for? Is that cinematic RPG, Chinese RPG, character RPG? Yeah, I don't know what the C stands for. But the game is called Vampire the Masquerade Eternal Whispers. It's been announced for PC. I'm not sure how many Vampire the Masquerade games have actually been good. It feels like a series of games, but in reality, I think it is a license of games. I'll do that and put that on the follow list. Also, Armistice launches this winter. It's a roguelite third-person shooter. Okay. Okay, looks like it could be something. 90s screensavers inspired co-op QA horror game Pipes.exe has been announced for PC. This feels like one of those games that you more likely would just ignore and not even talk about, but apparently they put out a press release. Yeah. I was reminded watching a YouTube video of an old there's this math show on PBS in the United States a long time ago, and I forget the name of it, and it was kind of this like variety show, and inside the variety show there was a animated Pac-Man ripoff where I think it was called Math Blasters was the show inside of the variety show, where you were given math problems and then the Pac-Man like character would try and figure out if the pellet was acceptable to eat or not, and there was this little tornado enemy that would attack him if he ate the wrong thing. And yeah, I hadn't thought of that in a long time, but I definitely probably saw at least one episode of that. I recall seeing it once. It wouldn't be a terrible little tech demo to make if you're teaching yourself programming. I don't know if you can make a full game around it. Unlike real Pac-Man, it's moving very slowly to let people on TV think and know the answers before they show the answers. And so there probably was a PC version of a math Pac-Man game, but it probably played a lot differently. Of course, I still have yet to see any educational games even come out in recent decades, let alone be good. But yeah, that really has nothing to do with pipes.exe, which, yeah, it just looks like a horror game I'm uninterested in. Let's see. Terra Noth, Heroes of Descent is now available. It's the first video game set in the Descent universe. Well, wouldn't Descent be the first game set in the Descent universe? Unless they're talking about some other Descent other than the game Descent, which I guess maybe that's the case. Okay, yeah, they're talking about a game called Descent that is a legendary board game series. Okay. I hate to watch yet another trailer today, but I feel like I need to just to get a general understanding of what's going on. So, my assumption here is that when you play this tabletop, you have a whole bunch of painted figurines, and you're doing something closer to Warhammer. Yeah. Well, I could be wrong. It could be that Descent is more of a board game type experience, although they would have called it a board game instead of a tabletop game if that was the case. And it is always noticeable if we're talking about a whole new tabletop series I'm completely unfamiliar with because I don't play tabletop games, instead of talking about Dungeons and Dragons, which would be the tabletop game I would be familiar with. But yeah, of the few Dungeons and Dragon games that have come out over the years, I don't think any of them really wanted you to remember. They're calling it a board game. They didn't really want you to remember that it was based off of a board game, tabletop game that Dungeons and Dragons games do. I have to really do some research to see what is the most recent Dungeons and Dragons game that isn't just Magic the Gathering arena updates. But yeah, there's definitely more to focus on that I guess the answer is Baldur's Gate 3 if I think about it, but then you have to know that Baldur's Gate is in the Dungeons and Dragons universe, which I imagine half of the people, at least half of the people who played Baldur's Gate 3 didn't know that it was in the Dungeons and Dragons universe, or which I don't know how big of a universe that really is, more than it's just maybe a collection of rule sets from the books. Moving on, we need to hurry here. Beast of Reincarnation reveals its voice cast and new gameplay. Check that out on Gamatsu. No, we gotta watch it. Well, I do want to rush here. It is also stupid to rush when we're talking the game from the Pokemon company that somehow seems to magically actually look like a game versus Pokemon games that don't look like games. This is from the maker of Game Freak. Game Freak, the maker of a lot of the Pokemon games, not all of them. It is funny how this is a similar kind of feel to Shift Up, going from making pretty simplistic mobile games to a full 3D environment console or AAA type game. I don't know why I just assume the reason why Game Freak hasn't made Pokemon games look this good is because they've just been on far too tight of a deadline, or they've just not been paid enough of a budget to do that, or they just weren't really inspired to do that. Yeah, I am unfairly blaming Nintendo and the Pokemon company, of which Nintendo is a major owner of, at least partial owner. But yeah, it might very well be that Game Freak just hired new people to make this game, and those new people knew how to program games better. I guess my general thought as to why I blame the Pokemon company and Nintendo for Pokemon games being not very innovative and not very bug-free or polished is because how consistently it's been not very innovative or bug-free or polished. Which, yeah, it doesn't really benefit Game Freak as a company to make a bad game. That just reflects badly on them, whether it's their fault or not. So I imagine the Pokemon company just has ridiculous strict rules and meddling and control over the Pokemon series, and that's why even when you get something slightly different like Pokemon X and Y, it's just feels like it's kind of rushed and not visually polished in any way. Also, forcing the games to be on the Switch and Switch 2 probably limits how visually appealing Pokemon games can be. Anyways, moving on, El Paso Elsewhere 2 has been announced for Xbox Series and PC. Alright. We'll leave it at that. Beast of Reincarnation is supposed to come out August 3rd. El Paso Elsewhere. Looks like it might be something. Maybe not. Exo Rally Championship is now available. It's an off-road racing game with a surprise launch. Interesting. It just is a link here to the page. Thief the Dark Project Remastered has been announced for modern consoles, PS4, Switch, and PC. Outworld 2 open beta is now available open beta test is now available. Mr. Magpie's Harmless Card Game is going to be published by Behavior Interactive and Gambit Digital. But yeah, this does not seem like a harmless card game to me. I think that's probably the joke. This looks like a horror game. Outward 2. Says it has a single player content. Kind of seems like if it's got co-op, it wants you to play co-op. And yeah, that was a lot faster, relatively speaking, to get through Gamatsu. So we're on the Gaming on Linux articles. Thief the Dark Project Remastered announced by Atari and Night Dive Studios. We talked about that. And yeah, I guess the reason why we are seeing this tab for the first time is that the 2 times before then opened up the tab, and then my anti-duplicate tab plugin kicked in and closed the 2 previous times. The Lost Wild looks like a terrifying mix of Alien Isolation and Jurassic Park. This is the dinosaur one. I think there's only one dinosaur one, although I guess you could say the remaster of Tomb Raider also will have dinosaurs in it. You can grab some speedy games in the Red Line Racing bundle. So here's an example where there's probably a Steam link for each of these games, and if my code works correctly, we will see just Assetto Corsa and Art of Rally. And as far as a bundle from Humble Bundle, a bundle of racing games is definitely not interesting me. Here we have Assetto Corsa. Then we have Valheim 1.0 arrives in September with a Deep North biome. And here we have Art of Rally. You can kind of see how the way the timing works there. Which, come to think of it, the way the timing is working there is wrong. I should double or half one of the delays of the 2 scripts. Yeah, and that would solve the problem if there was 2 links. It doesn't solve the problem if there's 3 links, but we're never going to open 3 links, so that's fine. So yeah, if I half delayed the opening of links, that should work. Yeah, but it's going to be the opening of links that are from the main news source page, not from individual pages here, I think. And we could certainly change the code. Yeah, just try it. Right. So the timeout here is 200 milliseconds. We'll change that to 100 milliseconds and save and close. And we'll see if that works next time I run the macros, so that pages are next to each other now. And yeah, if the websites can handle that level of delay, my computer can almost certainly handle that delay. That'll actually speed up the whole process. Let's see. More monster battling and fusing is on the way with Cassette Beasts 2002. Find that kind of interesting. I didn't hear a lot of people talking about Cassette Beasts 1 when it came out. I just don't feel like I don't feel like that many people got into it. Yeah. And Cassette Beast very possibly might be a perfect thing to keep an eye on, to say, hey, if somebody was to try to make something like Pokemon these days, can it get enough promotion? Can it get enough people playing it to make sense and continue to greater success? Or is it just going to be crushed under the weight of all the other new games that are coming out, or the fact that you can just play Pokemon? This Cassette Beast 2002 definitely feels like more of a game than what I ever saw in the original Cassette Beast. I think the cassette and transforming stuff and Digimon-like aspects seem a little weird. And yeah, definitely feels like you may have a different protagonist in this. I assume it's a sequel game. Set in the same universe as the first game, but it's a follow-up, not a sequel. The first game is really a gem. I don't know what the difference between a setup, a follow-up, and a sequel would be. Again, I'm not sure how much of Valheim actually is playable in single player or worth playing in single player. Noticeably, this isn't even on my follow list, and I do think I'd rather just leave it off my follow list, even though it is coming out of early access. And frankly, I have been keeping eyes out for what happens to a game when it leaves early access, and very often the reviews start to go negative. Once you leave early access, people start holding you to a more realistic standard as far as the quality of your game as a finished product. But I'm not sure that that narrative is one to push or talk about that much, even, because that does seem to just be the default way things work. As far as consumer advice, it's a narrative to mention every now and then, but I don't know if it's a narrative that needs to be reinforced with every single big game coming out of early access. The general thought is people still hate early access, but a lot of that hate certainly has been shifted against AI and microtransactions and all the other things in the gaming world that people hate. Yeah. I'll definitely put this on the follow list and see what happens there. A spooky sci-fi drone roguelike called Duskers 2.0 has been revealed. Always weird to have a version number in your title. Yeah. It's probably too much of a space game for me, but I'll give it a try. I'll keep an eye out for it anyways. Let's see. And then a colony builder sim Star Trek Outpost Unknown revealed. Not to be confused with Star Trek Shadow Frontier. I think this is definitely Paramount either licensing Star Trek maybe a year ago or so, or just now actually being willing to license Star Trek in video game form more often, which they already had been licensing it pretty well anyways. So yeah, the feel for this game definitely feels like it's a colony sim builder. Probably not my type of game. And it's going to have some visuals that feel Star Trek-y, but probably not that many. I'm looking at all these buildings, none of them really scream Federation or Star Trek as far as other devices. I've never seen solar cells like that. And then you have very generic people on the thumbnail there as far as just an old school blue shirt, yellow shirt, and red shirt person. Which definitely gives me the feeling that this is probably going to be set in the well, it says 23rd century alongside the era depicted in Strange New Worlds, which yeah, you'll have to be a bigger Star Trek fan than me to know if that's a good time to set it in or a bad time to set it in. But looking at the buildings and such, it feels like this was a colony sim game that just managed to get the Star Trek license and slapped in some Star Trek characters and models. It does seem like maybe Paramount is also probably trying to monetize Star Trek as much as possible, maybe to find a different way than having all Star Trek behind their streaming service, which is definitely a third tier streaming service in my opinion. I would never pay for Paramount Plus, despite them having Bar Rescue, which is the one show I might actually want to watch. Yeah, this just feels like City Skylines to me. I guess I'll put it on the phone. That's because I would like to see reception. I don't feel like Star Trek people really are huge fans of colony sim builders. Like, there aren't even really that many Star Trek episodes. This is just going to be all the trailers from the Xbox game showcase, or at least the main highlights. Yeah, there really aren't that many episodes where Star Trek is actually following a colony being established. They usually arrive at an already established colony, have one issue, resolve that one issue, and then move on. This was the other Ghibli game, Vivarium. Ghibli inspired game. Gotta say it correctly. Clockwork Revolution. Should be on the follow list. You know what? I think they may have changed the buttons here somewhat on adding things to the wish list and follow list when they updated Steam's website, because I don't know if I've seen a pop-up saying we can't add this to the follow list since then. Instead, it seems like just clicking on the button either works or it doesn't, and then you can just click on the button a second time and the pop-up may have been removed. Crazy Taxi World Tour has been announced and it's using generative AI. Yeah, there's a world tour campaign to recover Axel's stolen car from a mysterious group of international car thieves. You can play your way, and multiplayer madness is what it's saying. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't look like there really are any jumps or secrets in the game, and it is apparently using AI, generative AI, which, yeah. Once again, I guess we need to just punish people for using any form of AI, particularly a bigger company like Sega. And so I expect you're going to see a lot of negative reviews for people who actually play the game and don't like the AI, or play the game, don't even play the game and don't like the AI. Yeah. It does feel like they got rid of the other characters. There's like 4 different drivers you could have in the original Crazy Taxi, at least 2 of which were unlocked to start. And you just have, I assume each one of these is somebody to pick up, which means there's just going to be a decent number of people that you can't pick up. And none of these street sections look amazingly great. They are going to have these little car ramps where you can do little jumps, but yeah, I don't know if there's going to be any real shortcuts or huge jumps, which is kind of more what I was thinking. I'm going to put this on the follow list just to keep an eye on it. Defender of the Crown, The Legend Returns, arrives in August. What kind of game is it? It's a remake classic of an Amiga game. Interesting. Yep. That looks old. Not terrible for an old game. Vampire Survivors has a free content expansion plus a Legacy of Blood Moon DLC in the summer of 2026. They're adding multiple save slots, character setup panels for skins, egg selection, content filters for character selection and unlock menus. That's probably very necessary for how much content is in Vampire Survivors. Stability improvements for late game and low end platforms and reduced loading times, more noticeable on other platforms than PC. And then they're adding a new stage, 2 new characters, either 2 or 10 new weapons, question mark, shrug, 3 new Dark Anas cards, and 1 new music track, which probably could benefit from more than 1 new music track, and 3 new relics, of which 1 secret rather than unlockable. Yeah. Adding an option to unbanish a weapon when picking it up from a stage. Left a few weapons. Alright, so it does seem like a decent amount of changes. And then Legacy of Blood Moon seems like it's gonna add even more content. So a free update to get people playing some more, then a paid update on sale. I'm not sure how much content as far as DLC. I haven't just already skipped. I guess the question is, do I want to go back and make any new content around Vampire Survivors, or do I just want to add content? Yeah. I think I just want to add content. I think I did a reasonable amount of coverage for Vampire Survivors. And so if something is free, I'll just add it. And then I don't know if it really is necessary to buy any of the other DLC, because it's such a big game anyways. Ode to Castlevania. Operation Guns. It definitely feels like they should be making sequel instead of making all this DLC, but in fairness, they did make Vampire Crawlers as a sequel, which, let's go look at Vampire Crawlers. I know we're already going super long today, but it is worth looking at and thinking about it as far as what it has been doing in the last 30 days. Overwhelmingly positive. Overall, very positive in the last 30 days. So it seems like it works just fine. And it probably will be a while before any new DLC gets added to this, but I imagine you will just get similar DLC amounts for this game too. Let's see. Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee Remastered has been revealed to release in November. Do we really need to watch this trailer? Let's just jump and get a general idea of what it's going to look like. You have these characters. They are in somewhat small and simplistic arenas. You've got some destructible environment, but definitely not the kind of destructible environments you would expect to see in modern games that are obsessed with that. There aren't too many games obsessed with destructible environments these days, thank goodness. Yeah, and the kaiju fighting each other. It does feel like a game that probably could benefit a little bit from being a remaster, because it probably was pretty janky before. Although, even in a remastered form, price is going to come into a big play there. This was 2002, 24 years ago when this came out. So, yeah, if you're asking $10 for a game like this, sure. If you're asking $60 for this game, no, that wouldn't work. And then Bloober Team revealed the action-adventure horror game Star Trek Frontier. You don't need to watch that trailer a second time. Yeah. And all we really see is a bunch of darkness. And I assume this is a Bajoran. But it's not really anybody I recognize. Of course, you'd have to be a Deep Space Nine fan, probably, to really recognize the Bajorans. And it kind of feels more like a Dead Space game to me than it feels like a Star Trek game. Inherently, this is not going to feel like a Star Trek game, because there's so rarely a case that Star Trek is depicted as one person's alone, one person's in danger, it's dark and it's spooky. Like, you maybe can touch on some of like the nightmare sequences that Data had and some of those spooky Next Generation episodes like that, but those episodes stood out as not feeling like they were Star Trek. When you make a whole game around that concept, it really doesn't work. And yeah, I don't want to be too cruel, but it's worth pointing out that a lot of Star Trek original series and Next Generation was writers simply taking stories they had already written for other shows, usually like submarine stories or military stories, and just slightly changing things so it was set in a sci-fi world, and they were just rehashing stories that had already been told. It did also occur to me, feels like weeks ago probably, that we will never likely get another sci-fi series as big as Star Trek, because we will just never have a Lucille Ball who put a lot of her power as the person in charge to make the original Star Trek series and push the original Star Trek series long enough to get a fandom for the fans to push Star Trek forward. Nowadays, whoever is in charge of production designs at a TV studio or production company is just not going to have enough care or enough power to just say, we're going to make this because I am confident and want to see it going. And even if you do have a good producer like Lucille Ball supporting production, we're also probably not going to get anyone who is strong enough in their opinions to be allowed to actually create what they want to create, like the creator of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry, I believe, and his wife. Let's face it, anybody from that time frame, it was them and their wife doing the work. And yeah, I think particularly Star Wars and Star Trek, it is very much the case that the wives were doing several heavy lifting aspects of the development of things. Yeah. But yeah, I just don't think, I think like Babylon 5 was probably the last time anybody was really given enough time to do their own vision, and it turned out well. I guess Stranger Things probably were given time to do their own vision, but it didn't turn out well. The Boys is recently ended. That's a great example of something that turned out awful. Yeah. Yeah. Sci-fi is pretty much not going to happen in TV form or movie form or streaming form as much as it's not going to happen in video game form for long-running franchises. And I was looking at video games made for Red Dwarf, of which there's very few, and some of which are fan games, and none of which seem to be particularly modern or good. Red Dwarf as a TV series, as a BBC, well, it's not a BBC show, that's perhaps part of the problem, but as a British series, probably should do like the Doctor Who reboot did and just have some kind of silly thing where they take the actors and replace them with younger actors and continue the series and regenerate the Doctor character into somebody else, which, yeah, I don't know if the Red Dwarf fandom would really even appreciate that, because the show is so much the actors. If they were to reboot the series and the first scene of the series is all of them have been captured and renewed and turned into new bodies, and there's a new person that's Dave Lister, and there's a new person that's the cat, and there's a new person that's Rimmer, and a new person that's the robot, that would be a lot of change to change the entire cast around. It would make more sense to just make a second generation of Red Dwarf. But I think the real problem with Red Dwarf is why it's not going anywhere is it doesn't get funding, and the person in charge of it and owns the license to it might very well be too old. So there would have to be a passing of the torch of who's in charge of making new Red Dwarf. Well, I would definitely like to see that. Probably a next generation Red Dwarf makes a lot of sense too. This Star Trek though doesn't make any sense, and me rambling here doesn't make a lot of sense. So let's continue, man. We already are approaching 5 hours. I don't want to approach 6. Day of the Devs Summer Game Fest highlights. Here's several games we didn't see. So can we do 3 times the video since we have vertical format and just hit play on 3 trailers at once? I'm looking at the video in the middle as a horror game with what looks like live action cutscenes. And yeah, those are some pretty horrific looking live action cutscenes. I don't know if they're actually going to be integrated into the game. Yes, they are. Interesting. And then you have more of an older school style adventure game. Tenebrae Somnia. Yeah, which I'm not sure what Tenebrae means, but I've heard the word. Blood Dungeon on the top looks, well, I didn't even pay much attention to it, so I can't say anything, can I? Then Mr. Record at the bottom has like twice as long of a trailer. So, but if we were to just scroll down here and do this, 3 times the info visually at once, but in reality this is why humans can't multitask. Now I'm looking at the Screenbound trailer, which I honestly think I've already seen the Screenbound trailer. But yeah. Human brains cannot multitask, they can only time slice. A lot of computers couldn't multitask in the past either, and would only time slice. And the vast majority of an individual program is not programmed to multitask and will only time slice, because if some result is dependent on the previous result, you can't speed that up without doing speculative calculations, which video game engines I don't think are inherently optimized to do speculative calculations. CPUs have some of that for like math. If you add 1 plus 1, they may speculatively also multiply the result of that by 1 or divide by 1. That was a terrible example. 2 times 2, then speculatively taking the result and adding, subtracting, dividing, or multiplying that by 2 again is something a math coprocessors might do. Mr. Record at the top there went to live action footage of bands. Which, yeah, at that point I'm not going to watch the rest of this trailer. 33 Immortals, didn't pay any attention to it, but I do think it's probably a game. So here's the thing you can do on YouTube, I suppose, is you could say, well, here's 3 trailers, go back and rewind a minute or 2 and watch the other trailer, and then go back and rewind the 3rd time and watch the 3rd trailer. I'm looking at Dreadmore, which looks like it is partial fishing and partial platform puzzling with this kind of hook shot gun. That's kind of interesting, because I wouldn't have really expected that Dreadmore was going to be, or that any fishing game would be so not about the fishing. Looking at Threads of Time now for a brief second, and it seems like it is maybe a sprite-based RPG game. And there's just a lot more footage still playing there. Into the Unwell, we'll start playing that. I have no clue how many trailers are here, so even if I am reducing the trailers by a 1/3, it may not mean something. Okay. The cutscene at the top video caught my attention for a brief second there, then it went back to sprite-based graphics. Into the Unwell looks like it is a hack and slash with the wobbly cartoon art style, which I think that is just going to become more and more of what goes on. And then N plus infinity times 2 didn't catch my attention at all as far as the video in the middle. Top video is showing live action. I don't know what to really derive from trailers when they start to have just people talk to the screen, and it almost certainly means they don't have enough game footage, and so they are just talking to the screen to cover that, or the game footage they have does not explain well enough what they want to explain. A closer to release product almost certainly has enough game footage. And so we'll start Bub, Lazy River, Improve Your Human. Of course, the real danger here is if one of these was not safe for work trailer. I would hope we don't run into that, but it is possible. Should probably keep an eye out. Lazy River here feels like it is a new type of game where it's just streamers playing with other streamers, and it feels a lot like Raft. Prove You're Human seems to be a puzzle game where you're solving human captchas. That's in part. And then there seems to be some more weirdness around that. Bub, I'm not so sure about, although I think it might be something of interest, like a point and click adventure. Lazy River in particular looks the least interesting to me because it feels like Raft if you wanted people to leave the raft a lot more often and shoot zombies. Yeah. Which I'm not sure where that logic is even coming, that you're having zombies in a raft game. Yeah. That's it for Lazy River. And Bub looks like it's some kind of horror adventure game. But again, half of the trailer, like the length of these trailers, probably should be more restricted. How many more of these will we go through? I kind of have to go through them all because I haven't seen any of these games. Like, and see, that's the craziness again of just way too many games coming out and way too many separate presentations all in a row. For all I know, these are all indie games that just got titles by Video Games Chronicle. That's probably what happened, is that they just wrote the titles from this. Apple Crumble is a Knives Out inspired murder mystery game, apparently. Shot One Fighters looks like a fighting game of decent and decent quality, and then the Ithaca game here looks like it might be something too. Yeah. Inherently, while I said previously it makes more sense to have smaller groups of people handle groups of games instead of all the announcements and trailers being handled and run by Jeff Keighley, it's also worth pointing out that Jeff Keighley's way of presenting things and way of getting the attention of people is just overwhelmingly more effective than any of the other trailers. I think even despite the fact that we've looked at all of these trailers so far, I don't think we've seen any of the girl or women-led games presentations. I don't think we've seen any of the Latino American games presentations. I feel like there's probably close to 6 or 7 presentations that happened that are just not even getting coverage, or maybe they're getting coverage that's just mixed in and I'm not realizing it, or maybe they'll get coverage a week from now. Yeah. So we have a game on top here called Slap Out of It, where it seems like you're slapping things somewhat to control things, and then Super Yooka-Laylee cart we already saw, and then at the bottom we have Into the Fire. This is the Into the Fire game, is the one where you're playing as a firefighter, but then it is also kind of like this action platformer shooter game. Yeah. 3 very different games, but none of which I can just immediately dismiss. The one that looks least interest to me is Super Yooka-Laylee Kart, which we already watched most of this trailer, so I'm not going to watch it again. Alright, and then that leaves us with just Trine 6. I don't think we need to follow and watch Sirens fall silent again. So, if I recall correctly, Trine 3 was pretty bad. And I was going through the Trine series, so I was going to struggle through Trine 3 and then jump into Trine 4 afterwards, which may very well be too much Trine. I probably should play some Trine. It is close enough to a puzzle game to satisfy my desire for more puzzle games, despite having played so many recently. Trine 6 together in time, I think, implies that they probably are taking some of the heroes of previous Trine games and merging them. But that kind of breaks the whole idea of the Trine being connected to 3 people and swinging and swapping between 3 people. Your experience is going to wildly vary, though, also in Trine, whether you have the ability, I'm not even sure if you can in the first Trine game, to have 2 or 3 people playing at the same time versus playing single player and just swapping between the characters. Yeah. If you can't solve a puzzle easily in single player, then it's a no-go for me. So here's that game Blood Dungeon, which maybe means we're going to see a whole bunch of games. I guess not, though. And see, that would have been a case where if there was more Steam pages, then yeah, they wouldn't have opened up after the second one. It would have just been the first 2 Steam pages, and that's not intended in that case, but it is intended in almost every other case. Moving on to the Gaming on Linux articles, Valve continues to working towards the Steam frame with the new Steam VR beta. Check out this article if you're interested. These, I believe, are actual ads. Yeah, these are ads of something. Don't know what, but they are definitely unwelcome. That being said, it is worth pointing out that I have managed to go through my 3 main news stories, and just because of me having the CSS changed heavily for vertical visuals, I have blocked, I imagine, a decent amount of first party and third party ads. First party ads just being ads to take you to another page on Gaming on Linux, making a much better experience to show off than not doing that. Okay, did we see Alien Isolation's trailer? Let's jump around. You may not have seen the trailer, but it does seem like it's just kind of talking to you and walking towards a ship. I think we did see this trailer. We saw that one, we saw that one, we saw that one, that one. We skipped Galactic Racer, and I think Zero Company probably got skipped too, and Blood of the Dawn Walker. Now this is a great example of where I would like to be able to just let these kinds of trailers play when I take a bathroom break. But I don't really know a good source. I should probably investigate like the trailers that Steam has. But then also I wouldn't have a lot of control. So if there is a game trailers page, if there's like game trailers page on Steam, and I can say don't show me anything adult, and I could really trust it, that might be cool. But I don't know how that would really work. And it certainly wouldn't get me just constant background audio like Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel does. So there is definitely a thought of doing that. So yeah, I was watching the Blood of Dawn Walker trailer and didn't really show that much. Star Wars Zero Company is an XCOM-like positional placement game, so it already loses my interest just because of the style of game. And Star Wars Galactic Racer looks like a fine racing game in the Star Wars universe, but I question whether there's a need for a racing game in the Star Wars universe. Let's continue to scroll down. We looked at, well, that was a different Blood of the Dawn Walker video. They put out two. We looked at the Gundam game. We looked at 1666 Amsterdam. I am going to be interested to see where that goes and how that's received. Lords of the Fallen 2, Switch 2, coming to Switch 2, I think, maybe coming to everything. Control, we looked at. Cuphead game, we looked at. Soulframe Prelude, we may not have looked at. And while we're here, we'll just look at the Assassin's Creed Black Flag video too. Yeah, it's a shame I'm not using uBlock Origin anymore, because I might have been able to zap some of these trailers and find 3 trailers worth playing always by just zapping an element on the page and having it temporarily disappear very quickly. So Soulframe looks like a Dark Souls, Demon Souls type game. Very believable considering it's called Soulframe. Assassin's Creed Black Flag looks very pretty. It's showing really just stuff on the ship, though. Very noticeably, it feels like there's not a real focus on climbing and jumping in Black Flag, and I would imagine that is probably the case, is that there's just a lot more of that ship gameplay and quicker movement from ship gameplay to small islands where you quickly assassinate somebody. Let's see, we looked at Palworld, Wolf Among Us. We didn't look at the Wolf Among Us remaster or clutch. Again, we'll look at that. I nearly have enough room to squeeze 3 of these trailers on screen at the same time. So Wolf Among Us Remastered, what's being shown right now is very bright and colorful and black silhouetted, which I think that's just kind of a different art style for the trailer. What the actual 3D modeling looks like looks fine, but I would have to see the original just to even find out if there's any comparison at all there to notice. Clutch we had already talked about in a previous stream as far as it's a racing game that seems to have a narrative going on too, with at least one protagonist. Felt like two. And I would say that this trailer probably would do a lot better job of getting me to understand what Clutch is all about if I was actually listening to the audio. And this is a different kind of YouTube player, so I don't know why it's stretched out differently here. I probably am doing that for some reason. Sword of Legends I think we'll skip. Hunter Wilds we'll skip. Aeon 2 we'll skip. Well, if there's 3 in a row we might as well not skip it. See, inherently I need to take yet another bathroom break, and I don't want to miss any of these trailers because that doesn't really help me. Although, does it really help me at all? Yeah. There is a real question to ask, certainly, as I am streaming video game news every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, as far as just how much of this keeps me informed versus how much of this wastes my time. If I was to find a way to still stay even slightly informed as far as video game news and bring it down to just one stream per week, I probably would be very happy with that. These 3 games all look fairly similar. It's just like here's 3 Japanese RPG games that look very, very close to each other, in gameplay style at least. Yeah, I don't know how I would really do that, and frankly, I'm sure YouTube would prefer me to stream every single day, but that's insane and a waste of time. And there isn't really enough video game news to do that. It would be shifting 3-hour streams into just 2-hour streams, but every single day versus Monday, Wednesday, and Friday would mean you were spending more time overall. Yeah, Aeon 2 looked fine. Didn't really pay too much attention to it. Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance looks fine. Swords of Legends looks fine. We saw that one. I didn't see this one, I don't think. This looks weird. Got some kind of language thing. Reading from right to left. Looks like it's a survival game with shooting and platforming. You've got some kind of monsters. Yeah. Weirdly, I suppose this trailer is showing that you have yet another game now that is a character holding a cube, with the Hellraiser game also being a game where you're holding a cube. Feels like the cube is building very big there. And just like destroyed everything in that area and built a building from the ashes of that. Yeah. I'm gonna leave this tab open just to remind myself that this is kind of the example of what I would like to do. But honestly, if I did find all the trailers after a big event like this, those trailers probably would cycle and get replaced, or just not replaced. That's the problem, is they wouldn't be replaced. You'd just be seeing the exact same trailers for 6 months or longer, as far as here's a hand-picked game trailer to show. It would feel very commercially, to say the least, because it is commercials, but at least it would be targeted commercials versus just watching random people play back their random Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel games. Yeah. That trailer didn't show us anything. I'm hoping that we are close to being done. Sorry for coughing so much, but that is pretty much just the future. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is AI. It doesn't say AI, but I wouldn't be surprised if the page gets updated to say AI after you get a bunch of wish lists. I'm not sure if there is any kind of controls on Steam to prevent you from updating your page and adding AI disclosures on like day one of it coming out, or the day before it came out after you've already gotten a ton of wish lists. But yeah, even if it's not technically AI, it does just feel like a lot of this may be upscaling. And certainly it's not really changing much, but I guess for a remaster of the game, do you really want it to change much? And yeah, in this case, it definitely feels like they have just completely changed the textures, because that would not be turned into that, and that really is not the same symbols as this is. Yeah, here we have Resident Evil Veronica with the screenshots showing us more than the trailer did. I kind of feel like this probably is the last of the story with Claire Redfield in it. I don't think she like dies, but maybe. But yeah, I would just assume that they haven't really done anything with Claire Redfield, and they might very well bring her back later. So this trailer here is longer than what was shown. We didn't see the car drive up, I don't think. But that's probably about the only thing that's different. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think that was in the trailer either. That might be some real evidence of it being censored for the Game Awards for being too spooky, or too violent, or too gory. Yeah. You're saying it's a remake of 2000's Resident Evil Code Veronica, but then they're setting it in 2027, which is interesting. Which I don't think it would have been set in 2027 originally. I do question how this new title preserves the essence of the original game while introducing modernized gameplay and a reimagined storyline and vividly detailed graphics. So it's changing the visuals and audio. We'll just throw the audio in there too, the storyline and the gameplay. So I don't know essence of the original gameplay is actually going to happen. They are saying 3 months have passed since the biological disaster in Raccoon City, so they're saying that the game is coming out in 2027, not that it's set in 2027. I misread that. No AI warning so far. Yeah. And I do believe Code Veronica was just, you were taken to this completely separate island and trying to escape. So, yeah. And here's Resident Evil 5 that they probably will never remake. Here's Resident Evil 6 that could really do with just a completely different game, remaking that. For all I know, Claire Redfield is that in that one. And then Requiem is the most recent game in the storyline, so I wouldn't be surprised if Chris and Claire show up in that series. So I'm trying to see if there's a Resident Evil 7 it's actually called 7, or if the Resident Evil game. Why do they not have a publisher page? That is weird. Yeah. Village, I believe, was 9. VIII would be 8. Okay. So the game before Village would be 7. Yeah, we're getting really crazy in the whole numbering system and all of that. Where is that game? It's not even a bad game. It was a great game. That revitalized the Resident Evil series. Brought it back from the brink of collapse, as they were probably going to not have the funding to remake any of the other games if there wasn't a path forward. Probably scrolled right past it, and there probably just isn't that much DLC around it, and so now I'm just like scrolling through pointless DLC. Well, this is not working. Let's see if I just hit the home button. Can I go to the top? Sort. Content filtering. No, don't want to change that. Oh, it is just called Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Let's look at that and refresh my mind as far as which one that is. Yeah. Yeah. It's just Resident Evil, VII in the L's, and then Biohazard being the name of the series as it's described. You are going to get very weird if you try to remaster or remake Resident Evil 7. Even if you can figure out how to remake or replace 5 and 6. It's overwhelmingly positive. It looks fine now. It's a 9-year-old game, not even 10. So 10th anniversary remaster kind of makes some sense, but that's about it. So yeah, they do have one more remake in them for Resident Evil 1, because Resident Evil 1 doesn't really play the way and doesn't use the new engine. But after remaking Resident Evil 1, I don't think there's any other side games to make. I don't think there's much they could do. They could try and add like more gameplay mechanics that are like Resident Evil 4, different inventory systems. Certainly if you added a DLC that gave you an inventory system much closer to RE4, I would have appreciated that game a lot more, but then you kind of need a shopkeeper to have that kind of system make sense. And yeah, the idea of just cramming a shopkeeper as DLC in RE2 might feel a little weird, although not that weird. Like, then they have nothing they can do. They've got to just start focusing on making newer Resident Evil games faster, or making different types of games, which the reality here is they just need to make a different series and not become the new Square Enix that is just going to desperately rely on Resident Evil always. Moving on, Gaming on Linux says you are the disease in pathogenic, a bit like Spore meets Binding of Isaac. Right? That sounds kind of interesting. Do I have two copies of that same tab? I don't know. Alright, well, the GameDeveloper.com articles are few and far between. Paramount unveils a new unified Paramount Game Studios. Here we have a first party ad and a first party ad behind it. So yeah, that seems like they're just changing things and putting new people in charge. It's questionable what that really is going to lead to. Probably the same old Ninja Turtles and Avatar The Last Airbender type games being churned out. I don't know if Paramount is even making new cartoons. And I imagine they're still going to license things for a while. Probably forever. Here's that game, Pathogenic. Which visually this doesn't feel like Binding of Isaac. Certainly I wouldn't make that comparison. Okay. So, here's the thing. I could go through all the new games on Steam. Certainly. But it's already 5 hours. I need a break of any sort. And I don't think I have anything at all to say. And today would be a terrible day to try and do any followers cleanup. So we're not going to do any of that either. So, once again, new games on Steam from indie developers who couldn't pay thousands if not millions of dollars to put their trailers on these events are going to get screwed. I'm going to look at these games off screen and put them on the follow list if they catch my attention. But yeah, this weekend came up with way too many announcements, way too many trailers. And even by now, I probably have forgotten most of them. The good news is I imagine Wednesday will be fine, assuming my internet even is working and I can stream on Wednesday. But yeah, I don't expect to see too many more streams, although the Nintendo Direct may change that thought. That's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching because that helps me with the YouTube algorithm. Thanks.